Clock. We'll call the meeting for the Planning and Zoning Commission to order at this time. The recording is. So we'll wait for the recording. You good? Okay, so we will call the meeting for the Planning and Zoning Commission for August 23rd in session at 6 p.m. Let's go through roll call. Why don't we start on this side?
Nancy Rossi, Mayor. Gloria Moran, Clerk.
Stephen Mullins, Commissioner.
Gene Sullivan, Commissioner.
John Bianca, Commissioner.
Christopher Suggs, Commissioner.
Greg Milano, alternate.
Joe Pacelli, alternate.
Steve Hotchkiss, Zoning Enforcement Officer.
Catherine Coniff, Assistant City Planner.
Chris Soto, Director of Planning.
Awesome. Thank you, everyone. And our attorney, Karen Kravitz, is walking into the room as we speak. If everyone could please rise for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for a moment of silence. As many of you are aware, we lost a truly remarkable public servant this past week who is being waked tonight, which is why I'm filling in for our chair. So for those of you that knew Grace Hendricks, her dedication to public service was truly extraordinary in this city. For the community house, she was a member of the police commission and known throughout town for her volunteerism. And as all of you know, I think it's appropriate that we just give a moment to the Hendricks family during this tough time. Thank you very much. Okay. After the approval of the minutes, we'll go through a couple of basic items. So I know we've got some changes to the minutes. So Lori, just so I'll make an amendment to the minutes. There were, first of all, the date needs to be changed, okay? And then I've got two additional speakers that were not listed, Rob Leonard and Paul Kaplow, if those two individuals could be added.
Okay.
Were there any other changes to the minutes?
No.
Hearing none, is there a motion to approve?
Make a motion, we approve the minutes with the amendment, with the changes.
Thank you, Gene. Is it
Second.
second for Chris? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. And alternate Michael Todd Taylor is walking in now. So those of you that have been in attendance before realize that I am not the normal chair. So Kathy Hendricks, unfortunately due to a personal tragedy, is unable to make it tonight. I know I'll be a poor substitute, but it's what we got. So a couple of items. The first one is, in Kathy's absence, in speaking to her, she's requested that party affiliation hold true for alternate voting. So Michael, you'll be voting on all of the items on the agenda tonight. That's the first thing. The second thing is the one-time speaking rule is still in effect and the public hearing is still open. If you spoke at the last meeting, you will not be allowed to speak tonight. The changes that have been made, as I have seen them, are not substantive enough in nature to allow for people to offer additional commentary. There will be a time where we will read any correspondence that we have received into the record for those in attendance, okay? So, the way we're going to do this is we're going to bring the applicant back up. They can address any issues that have happened since our last meeting. We asked them to be as thorough as possible. We know there was a ZBA meeting that was attended. Then we will ask the public to please make any comments. As there are many people here tonight, we just ask that you be brief. As always, be respectful, and we'll move on from there. And then we will go to staff and council if they have anything to add, and then back to the commission to then question the applicant. As always, commissioners, you can ask any questions as we go. Just make sure you're recognized prior to doing so. As an additional note, we are being live streamed tonight, so you may be on video. Just as a general warning to everyone, this was new to me as well. Okay, so hope your hair's done well. All right, with that, let me ask the applicant to come back up. Please reintroduce themselves. Oh, I'm sorry. Lori, can you read it back into the record?
6 Rock Street, the applicant requests a special permit, site plan review, erosion sediment control plan, and a coastal site plan to build a 46,125 square foot production brewery and tap room with associated event space and site improvements, including parking areas, walkways, patio and deck area. The owner is the City of West Haven. The applicant is Rock Street Brewery LLC. File number SP 22124 and CSP number 22125.
Just again, name and address for the record and subsequent for any member of the team.
Good evening, I guess, acting chairman and commissioners. My name is Douglas Gray. I am managing member of Rock Street Brewery LLC. I live on Turtleback Road in New Canaan, Connecticut. And I want to bring you up to speed on where we were, or where we were in between last meeting and now. As most of you know, we went to ZBA last week and got approval for the coverage, the variances for coverage, setback, and open space on that. So we're back in front of you for the approvals that we've asked for on this. We also did have a very long, lengthy meeting with the council last night until 2 a.m. And they go to executive committee for approval on the lease on the 31st, I believe it is, on that. So we are here to, again, ask for your approvals on the application that's in front of you. And we'll answer all the questions and everything after public comments on this and talk about what, again, reiterating what the development is and what we're after at that point in time.
Perfect.
Thank you.
My name is Marty Giuliano. I live at 35 Wilbar Avenue in Milford, Connecticut, and I'm the Director of Business Development for New England Brewing Company, who is the brewery looking to relocate to West Haven. Doug did a great job on keeping you up to date, and when we come back up after the public comments, we can go through any questions, concerns, issues that you might have about our business, and we can address some of the public's concerns as well at the same time.
Can you highlight briefly just what's changed in the plan from the last time? And we understand that they're not huge changes, but we just want to make sure that they're on the record from your.
So I know there's been questions and concerns that have been brought up that our original project, when we first presented to the city, that we were looking at having about 500,000 people a year in the space. It was going to be a two-floor tap room with a 3,000 square foot event space upstairs with a deck off of that, the tap room downstairs with a deck. And, we sat back and thought about it for a couple different reasons. One is the scope of the project and what we are as a business. Our current business is a brewery and a tap room, and we host small private events. We decided not to become an event venue, so to speak, where we're going to have massive 300-person weddings and stuff like that, because it's not who we are. So we shrunk everything down, so the tap room event space is one floor. The event space is now 1,500 square feet. Which will house max 80 people seated for an event. We also, where we had thought about food trucks and having a kitchen, we have opted to go the full kitchen model due to the site itself and the design of the site and the restrictions within the site. To have people walk out to the parking lot out front to get food, to walk all the way back in, didn't make sense. So having food on site is the new submission that you have in front of you that was submitted.
Actually, to clarify, actually, the submittal before the committee is the same one that was submitted before on that. These changes were made
Prior
well
to.
Prior
before-
to, yes.
Well
Right.
before this submittal.
So what, the changes that we'd be looking to, just to briefly describe, would be the changes from the last time we met to now.
Oh, okay.
So if you could walk us
Yeah.
through maybe some of the
Sure. So,
ZBA
yeah.
variances that were allowed, as well as any other changes that you made
So
based on our commentary.
solely would be the
previously.
ZBA variances that were allowed.
So just name and address?
Yes. My name is David Sacco. I'm a civil engineer with TPA Design Group, 85 Willow Street, New Haven, Connecticut.
Hi, David.
As you know, the ZBA did approve the variances for open space and for lot coverage, as well as the side yard to accommodate the silos. In terms of specific plan changes, since the last time we appeared, we have made some modifications at the entrance per the request of the fire marshal to facilitate movement of his vehicles inside and in and out of the site. We added a fire hydrant on Rock Street per his request. We also addressed building department concerns regarding egress ramps and stairs off of the deck. We made some changes in response to things that we heard here at the last commission meeting, such as we've indicated a replacement location for the existing flagpole near the September 11th memorial. We've added a bike rack by the entrance. We are providing striped crosswalks at the entrances from Rock Street, and we've added some additional no parking pavement markings at suitable locations along islands in the parking lot, as per the chair's request last time.
And then
That's,
it looks as if you've added additional plantings along the west side of the parking lot
yes,
as well?
and we added some additional plantings along the western property line out toward Captain Thomas Boulevard to minimize the appearance of the building as you approach from that direction.
Okay, and the existing benches are going to be coordinated with staff to be
Yes.
relocated, correct?
Yes, the intent is that we would provide concrete pads in addition to the proposed walkway to accommodate the benches on the water side of the walk. Once, we understand what the city's interest and perhaps the donor's interest is in terms of final locations.
So let's open it up to the commission for the applicant. So are there any questions at this time?
No.
Steve, I'm not seeing any. Joe, Greg, Mike, Chris? No. Okay, good. Do you have anything else at this time before we go back to the public? Gentlemen? Not at this time? You'll be able to come back up afterwards, so you're good. Okay, is there anyone here to address the application? Second time? Come on up. Come on up. Robin, you know the drill.
Well, kind of. I'm not sure if I should hand this first or second.
Wait till after you're done.
Okay,
Just name and address for the record, please.
yes. Robin Parsons, 129 Bellevue. To be honest, I don't really know why we're here tonight, because essentially what happened at the Zoning Board of Appeals meeting was that were granted on the sole grounds that the addition of a museum that the city requested constituted a hardship. This commission, the Planning and Zoning Commission, I have great respect for. I view you as the de facto guardian of our plan of conservation and development, and the body that's charged with overseeing compliance with the plan of conservation and development and our zoning regulations. So these are the things I think it's important for the commission to consider. Sorry. First, although the 2017 POCD urged re-examining, revising the shoreline commercial retail zoning district quickly, within 2 years, that didn't happen. We have been put in a situation in which needed examination of the SCR zoning, which would presumably work to bring regulations for the district in line with overall planning goals of the city, has been deferred, while permission for manufacturing facilities has been fast-tracked. That's pretty clearly not what the POCD recommends. Second, the recent rezoning of part of the parcel in question from open space to SCR, which is shoreline commercial retail, was put forth with the justification that any future development will require variances that are not justifiable under the hardship requirement. The parcel so rezoned comprises almost all of the existing conference center. This was a significant amount of land belonging to the residents of West Haven that served to buffer Savin Rock from development. My understanding, bless you, of section 84.8.4 of the zoning code is that this commission has the responsibility to make these sorts of changes, quote, as the need arises to conform to the comprehensive plan of conservation and development. That's clearly not what happened here. The POCD envisions, quote, contemporary forms of mixed-use development supportive of an active and vibrant beachfront environment with buildings located close to the sidewalk along main streets and parking located mostly on the interior of the lot and screened by architectural features. Third, the list of uses that are not permitted in the Shoreline Commercial Retail District seems to align more closely with the proposed facility than the facility does with the manufacturer of beer use, which is brewery, microbrewery, brew pub. The list of not permitted uses includes regional shopping center, presumably on account of size, because neighborhood shopping center is permitted. Manufacturer of spirits. While spirits is not beer, this facility is also not a brewery as we typically think of it, and as section 39.2 describes it, because of its size and the fact that so much of its activity is in manufacturing. Manufacturing, this is another not permitted use, manufacturing with on-site inventory and material storage. It seems to me this is a precise description of what is contemplated in the proposed brewery project. Another not permitted use is outside storage as accessory use only. The silos in the proposed project constitute outside storage as an accessory use only, as far as I understand, unless there's a plan to use them for some other purpose. Warehousing, also not permitted, and also pretty much inevitable for a facility that has so much of its product distributed off-site. By size and allocation of space, this is an industrial facility, something that was clearly excluded from the SCR zoning permissible uses before the new use was added in section 45. The fact that the SCR regulations have not been re-examined and revised, as we were supposed to do, so as to establish guidelines for such a use in the SCR, creates a hole through which this project is attempting to squeeze. Additionally, there are problems with some of the Rock Street Brewery's application documents. Briefly, the coastal resources impact, under coastal resources impact rather, they indicate there are no scenic or historic features likely to be impacted by the project. It seems to be a gross oversight to exclude both the principal landmark of West Haven and the 39-acre open space parcel under a conservation easement as scenic or historical features. But failing to check that box allowed them to avoid answering a series of questions that go to the heart of why this project is not suitable for this location. Additionally, the submitted traffic impact study appears to be mostly limited to ingress and egress from Captain Thomas Boulevard, and it short shrifts the effect of increased traffic on Kelsey Avenue, a street that runs predominantly through open space and residential districts. I am having a hard time reconciling the projected dramatic increase in economic activity, which is one of the benefits the brewery is supposed to generate, with negligible effects on traffic. Also, at the time, I don't believe the traffic study included the additional parking on the corner of Kelsey and Captain Thomas. If significant truck traffic is expected to be arriving at the brewery from Milford, then more data is necessary on its impact on the traffic circle at Baybrook, which everybody knows is already a problem. These series of facts and steps taken together, in my opinion, work to undermine the purpose and goals of both our plan of conservation and development and our zoning regulations. If we cannot follow the plan of conservation and development recommendation to re-examine and revise the SCR regulations and then rezone existing open space to SCR not on the basis of the need to conform to the POCD, and then add manufacturing facilities to permitted uses within SCR, how does that respect the goals and purposes of the POCD? As I understand it, the specific findings for a special permit include 85.4.1, that the principal vehicular access be on an arterial street or collector street within 1/4 mile of an arterial street. Rock Street is not either an arterial street or a collector street, to my knowledge. There is an entrance on Captain Thomas shown in the plans, but it's clearly not the primary entrance because it wasn't even really focus of the traffic study. 85.4.3, that the architectural and landscaping treatment of such use will blend harmoniously with the rest of the area. A building with a footprint of over 46,000 square feet that goes forward into the current easement area and back all the way into the parking lot and jammed up close to Savin Rock cannot qualify. It simply cannot qualify as blending harmoniously. 85.4.6, that provision be made with respect to drainage, outside lighting or illumination, and signs so as to minimize any adverse effect on the character of the surrounding area. I just heard them mention that they were adding planting. I'm not sure where that is, but the plans that I saw show no such provision with respect to the neighboring open space or easement areas. In fact, the project encroaches on the existing easements that were created, quote, for the benefit of each and every resident of the city of West Haven, a pedestrian right-of-way or promenade, and the right to enter upon and use for recreational purposes each and every part of the beach. The proposed encroachment clearly reduces the amount of space available for recreational purposes. To issue special permits and grant variances in the absence of a coherent plan for zoning districts is bad practice. That bad practice leads to the erosion of aesthetic value here and thence to decreased opportunities for attracting tax-paying businesses and residents. I strongly urge the Commission to reject this special permit application. We do not need another badly justified project we will live to regret on our record. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Is there anyone else here to address the board? Sir?
For or against?
I'm sorry?
Are you doing for or against?
It's
Doesn't make any difference.
It's all. So, Madam, you first, and then the gentleman behind you. Hi, just name and address for the record, please.
My name is Colleen Bartlett. I live at 760 Jones Hill Road, West Haven.
Hi, Colleen.
Hi. I am actually going to just read my friend who has a babysitting arrangement issue in Boston area and could not come herself. Her name is Dolores O. Liebau at 122 Anderson Avenue in West Haven. And I'll give you a copy of the letter that she's
That's fine.
asked me to
When
read.
you're done, you can just pass it off to staff, and we'd be appreciative of that.
I only have one. I have two. I didn't have enough for everybody.
That's okay. We just read it.
Okay,
and then
good.
We'll hear it, and then we can pass it to staff so we can add it to the
Okay.
file.
Certainly. You want me to wait?
No, read it now.
Oh.
Please.
I'm very concerned. Regarding, she says, to the citizens of West Haven, the City Council, the Planning and Zoning Board, the Board of Appeals, regarding 6 Rock Street. I'm very concerned that decisions being made by City Hall regarding the placement of a huge building and manufacturing plant at Savin Rock are not in the interest of the citizens of West Haven. In many instances to date, rule changes have and are being made to our planning and zoning regulations to allow the erection of this manufacturing plant on our most precious Savin Rock shoreline. The proposed structure, if allowed, would completely dominate the now beautiful landscape. The planned structure is so large that it would overshadow Savin Rock itself, infringe on the boardwalk, and generally degrade the coastal atmosphere. The information that has been provided on this project has been both limited in its scope and in many cases misleading. The city has made numerous rule changes, variances, and allowances to smooth the path for the project without transparency to the public. Hearings and discussions are being held without adequate information for informed decision-making and public awareness. The developer's intention to use some artifacts of old Savin Rock from the Savin Rock Museum to decorate the entrance hallway is no justification for allowing such a large manufacturing building to be placed at Savin Rock. To allow these artifacts to be used as pawns in a plan that diminishes and dishonors Savin Rock and the neighboring coastline is contradictory in both an environmental and historic perspective. Further, this cherished memorabilia from the family-oriented Savin Rock should not be given to the developer to use in a location available only for folks who are aged 21 plus. This memorabilia deserves a home of its own that is accessible to community members of all ages. It is true that the Savin Rock Conference Center, in its current state of disrepair, is a blight that needs to be addressed, as the city has been unable to maintain a viable enterprise there. Commercial development may be warranted to make this piece of valuable real estate an asset to the community. Something smaller in scale and impact should be considered for this location. There are many sites in West Haven that are suitable and available for a brewery that intends to manufacture, sell, and ship the goods. West Haven should not have to sacrifice its most valuable asset in this deal. I urge New England Brewing Company and city officials with more input from citizens to explore other options for the location of this development and would welcome a brewery to West Haven on other city-owned property. The public needs to ask a lot more questions and be given a lot more information before the brewery is allowed to take over the Savin Rock shoreline. Dolores O. Liebau, 122 Anderson Avenue, West Haven. Thank you very
Colleen,
much.
thank you. Sir, you were next?
Did you spell that last name for a clerk too?
Yes, Libow.
Thank you.
Come on up, sir. Just a reminder, everybody, to please silence their phones, by the way. Thank you.
My name's Thomas O'Shea. I live at 11 Gulfview Court in Milford.
Hi, Thomas.
Just here to support New England Brewing. My wife and I have been involved, the brewing business has been in Woodbridge, the Woodbridge, Northern New Haven area for a long, long time now, and they've been an incredible neighbor up there, and I know it's an area that's gonna miss the brewery leaving if they were to move to West Haven. The reason why I stand here is because of the amount of community involvement and charity work the brewing company has done over the years. Most notably, the Closer to Free Smilo Cancer Research Center bike ride that occurs every September, which my wife and I are part of that team. I've ridden 4 years. My wife, I believe, has ridden 6 or 7 years. And the team of people that ride bikes under the team, let's call it Team New England Brewing, Team Craft Beer group has numbered anywhere from 100 to 250 cyclists of all ages, anywhere from 5, 6, 7-year-old kids up to a gentleman that I rode a bike with a couple of years ago who was 80 years old riding the same 40-mile ride that we were doing. The amount of involvement that New England Brewing is a part of is something that they're going to bring to this community, and it's of all ages. They've also had, there are many other charities that they're involved with. The other one that I know of is the International Festival of Arts and Ideas in New Haven, which occurs every June. They've done a lot of work with them as well. So I also know that, knowing Marty as well as I do, he supports businesses everywhere he goes. He supports other breweries, pardon my verbiage, but
You're doing fine.
they work together to be successful. They set themselves up to be successful. They do the right things for their neighborhoods to be successful. We all want to run a business that makes money. We all want to be profitable. But in order to do that, you've got to be directly involved with the community. And if you don't do that, you're going to fail. And as a group, not just their company, but others around them, they work together to set themselves up for that. And their community involvement has been a key piece to that part of their success. So, again, Woodbridge, Northern New Haven's going to lose a great partner, but for West Haven, it's a slam dunk, in my opinion.
Thank you, Thomas. Anyone else here to address the board? Okay, so we're gonna, no, it's not you yet, sir. It's this woman right here in the second row, then we'll go to the gentleman in the aisle, then you on the end, then the gentleman in the tie.
Okay, my name is Gail Maynard. My husband and I reside at 37 Roosevelt. I grew up in West Haven on Ann Street. At this point in the game, I just think we have New England Brewing that is more than eager to come down to the shoreline. We need development. Nothing that has come through has ever materialized for West Haven. The shoreline on Beach Street is pretty much all vacant. We keep getting promises, but we got nothing. We have somebody here willing to put an excellent establishment into that residential, that area, that beach area. They've made several adjustments to accommodate the people. Went from a 2-story to a 1-story. There is and they're planting flowers. They're going to make it beautiful. I really think that I'm sick of paying the high taxes in West Haven. And now we have an additional with the waste, which I understand is definitely necessary. But every year, we're getting more and more put on the residents. We need the tax base.
Thank you, Gail.
You're welcome.
Okay, sir, you in the royal shirt, then the woman in the back. I'll get to you guys in a second, then the gentleman in the tie first. After that.
Good evening.
Hi, name and address, please?
Ernie Adamo, 37 Woodstock Road in Hampton, Connecticut.
Ernie it was?
Yep, A-D-A-M-O.
Yep.
I grew up in West Haven, moved out after college in the 80s, but I remember that building. I remember the Phyllis's and casinos. Let's face it, it's a rotting carcass. It's been sitting there. It's an eyesore. It's been there for years. No one's developed it. This is a great news for West Haven, in my opinion. I still have family here. I've been involved in the brewing industry, not as a profession, but as a hobby since the 80s. I'm a certified beer judge. I've known Rob since prior, his original New England Brewing Company, the owner of New England Brewing now, and John Harvard's. Many of the management team are friends, and I'm on the Team Craft Beer. Someone alluded to that earlier. We've raised over $1 million for Smile Cancer Center. We have a scholarship program for minorities and people of color to get into the brewing industry. Rob does so much for the industry. It's incomprehensible, really, compared to others. And you know, he's a funny guy. On top of his integrity, he's a funny person, which is a rare trait these days. You're bringing somebody in that's one of the oldest and most well-respected breweries in the entire Northeast region that wants to come to this town. And sure, Savin Rock is a landmark, but what's there now? Next to it now? It's an eyesore. So you're bringing in somebody that's gonna do nothing but good for the community, put you on the map. You're gonna go into any store in the state of Connecticut, you're gonna go into a Stop and Shop or a liquor store, and you're gonna see that can of Sea Hag, and it's say brewed in West Haven. And people are gonna say, oh, what's this West Haven? I'm gonna go check it out. And you could go on Google, and you could look from Portland, Oregon to Portland, Maine, and you can see the craft breweries have gentrified and revitalized neighborhoods, totally transformed neighborhoods. There's some impression here from people that clearly haven't been to breweries, that these are like industrial behemoths from the Victorian era. They're gonna be spewing smokestacks and polluting the neighborhood. Go to Counterweight, go to Stony Creek and look at those and tell me that those are eyesores or they're bad for the communities. They're beautiful buildings integrated into the neighborhoods. And I think this is nothing but a positive for the community.
Thank you, Ernie.
Yep, you're welcome.
So, Miss, let's, sorry, so, yeah, you in the back, and then sir, you with the tie next.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello,
Name and-
everybody. Can you hear me?
Yeah, name and address, please.
My name is Andonia Dakis, and I
Okay,
live
I'm
at...
sorry.
Andonia is A-N-D-O-N-I-A.
Yep,
Dakis at D-A-K-I-S,
thank you.
and I live at 12 Laurel Street in West Haven.
How are you?
Those of you... There?
Yeah, we can hear you okay,
So I don't have
though.
to stand on my
We can hear you-
tiptoes?
We can hear you fine.
Okay, so some of you that are my age, which is 61 or older, probably remember my father's real estate sign. It was like a big billboard across from Gindy's on Derby Avenue. Dakis, Manny Dakis Realty. So I have a lot of ties to West Haven. Also, I grew up in Westville and Forest Road and spent a lot of time at that beautiful amusement park. Again, those of you of my age remember that red brick popcorn thing that was probably loaded with cancer-causing red number 2 dye. But really wonderful memories. There was an entire amusement park there. And I grew up, went to college, moved to Branford. Was there for 30 years, have come back to West Haven. I think West Haven is the best-kept secret in Connecticut and has an amazing potential. And when I'm hearing people, with all due respect to rules about environmental protection and all of that, I'm very respectful of that. I actually volunteer fundraise for Save the Sound, which has made our water so beautiful. They're cleaner than Hammonasset. But I have to say, when I have had, my fiance and I have had people come from Kansas City, recently Texas, all parts of the country to come visit us in West Haven. I'm so lucky to be living in front of this beautiful beach, but I'm embarrassed by walking down the boardwalk and there's this building that's definitely blight with blue tarp all over it. I want to be proud because I really think West Haven has an incredible potential. And I'm really very, very, very supportive of having this brewery come. And if you look at Stony Creek Brewery in Branford, there's not a big traffic flux. There's a little road that goes between the railroad station and another little road. All 200 people don't leave at the same time. There's like a few cars here and a few cars there. I've never seen a traffic jam on that road. I've never seen a traffic problem. And it's a family place. So everyone keeps talking about this manufacturing of beer and acting like it's a factory. It's a place where families can go. It's a place where you can bring your relatives. I'm really looking forward to it, and I fully support this. And I'm not going to tell people I live in West Haven in the near future because it's going to be so great. I don't want more people moving in. Okay? That's my story. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Antonina. Okay, we got the gentleman in the tie, and then I'll go to the next couple folks in the back. Name and address, sir?
Yes. Barry Hawkins. I reside at 15 Armitage Drive in Bridgeport, Connecticut. I did reside in West Haven. I'm really glad to hear those nice comments about West Haven. I resided from 1970 to 1980 in West Haven, some of the best years of our lives. I am speaking as a member of the West Haven Land Trust, and I serve as an emeritus member of the Board of Directors of the West Haven Land Trust. Before I start on the submission made against the construction of the brewery and the leasing of this land, I'd like to bring to your attention a request that was made to me by Jeff Gordon from Codispodi and Associates on behalf of Jimmy's of Savin Rock, in opposition to the Rock Street Brewery. They have requested that this letter, which has been submitted to the Planning and Zoning Commission, be read into the record during the initial public hearing so that people in the audience and the applicant themselves will have an opportunity to hear what they have to say and to rebut or to attempt to rebut whatever is in the letter.
So we did receive the letter. We were going to read it towards the end of the meeting when we go through correspondence, but you're welcome to read it now on his behalf if you like.
You will read it into the record during the public hearing?
We will read it in while the public hearing is open, but if you'd like to read it now, that's fine too.
What I'll do instead is to summarize some of the comments that are made in here.
Summaries are great because there's a lot of people here that I think want to talk, so
Okay.
we'd encourage that.
I will summarize a couple of the points that he has made, which I think the West Haven Land Trust is perfectly willing to adopt as comments that they would have liked to have made themselves and would make, but we don't want to be duplicative, so I don't want to repeat ourselves.
Go ahead.
The first one that he has made is to note that the site plan and the calls for the elevation of this property to a minimum of FEMA requirements and requires the submission of 7,500 cubic yards of fill in order to accomplish that. I want to bring to your attention the fact that 7,500 cubic feet of fill would, at an average depth of 3 feet, raise the elevation of this property to be in compliance with FEMA requirements because of its sheer size. The point that's not addressed in the application is where is this fill going to come from? They have mentioned only that it will be 50 trucks per day and that the trucks haul 10 cubic yards of fill. That means 750 trucks making a trip. At 50 a day, that means that for 3 weeks, trucks, 10 cubic yards of fill will come across the streets of West Haven, through residential neighborhoods or down congested Campbell Avenue, in order to reach this site. For 3 weeks, those trucks will be bringing this fill to this property. We don't know how far away the fill is coming from. We don't know where it's coming from. But that means, on average, if you have an 8-hour day for work and you're only working Monday through Friday, which is typical of construction, that you're going to have a truck every 10 minutes with 10 cubic yards of material coming through the streets. That gives them 10 minutes to unload that truck and have another truck standing by, ready to dump the next truck. That's an impact on the neighborhoods and on the city of West Haven not addressed in their application.
Sir, just so you know, we wouldn't address the construction piece of it. That would go through the building department. So if you could stick to the application, I think it might be better served for all of our time.
Understood, but I'm just talking about things which are in their application.
Understood, that's why I let you finish, just.
Thank you. Because they did mention how many trucks they would be doing per day.
Understood.
And how big they are.
We're here just for the review, so
All right.
please continue.
The other point that I wanted to address, that Codispoti wanted to address in its presentation, was the fact that there is a claim of a large amount of beer to be brewed on this site, some 20,000 gallons, and it was not clear whether they're saying per day, per week, per month, but it was 20,000 gallons of beer. Only 5 to 7% of it is to be consumed on site at the tap room. The rest of it's to be bottled and brought off-site. All well and good, other than the fact that the application doesn't say how many trucks we're talking about. Their claim in their application was 1.3 trucks per day to bring all the beer that's not consumed on site, 90+% of the beer, to bring it to other locations. 1.3 trucks a day will bring it. We have no information in the application concerning whether that's true or not. It's certainly been a problem in other towns which have just accepted it on blind faith. But there's something else that happens with beer. There's a lot of beer that's not subject to being used. It's the residue in the tanks. It's the beer that's wasted. It's the beer that gets contaminated in the process. All that beer, and there's a very large amount of it typically in a brewery, has to be disposed of through the sewer pipes. And that requires a full disclosure of the impact of this highly oxygenated overflow of beer. For example, spent beer has a strength wastewater. Unfiltered beer at 6% alcoholic by volume has an average biological oxygen demand of greater than 80,000 parts per million. Compare that to what you get out of a residential sewer, which is 200 parts per million. So 80,000 compared to 200 on each volume of the wastewater beer. The wastewater beer then goes into the pumping station, gets pumped to our aging sewer system, and then ends up, after it's been treated at the sewer system, goes into Long Island Sound. All of that requires permits, a general discharge permit from the Department of Environmental Protection, and special permits for oxygenated wasted beer that needs to be done on a biological oxygenated diversity, biological oxygen demand has a special requirement from DEP, requires a special permit. No mention is made of that. So we don't know whether they will have that permit and whether they will be able to get that permit, and whether our West Haven sewer system and the aging sewer plant will be able to deal with 80,000 parts per million oxygenated wastewater beer. The last of the comments that I'm going to summarize from Codispoti was to point out one which actually ties in with the main thesis that I'm bringing to you tonight, and that is that zoning compliance requires the use to be contained within the requisite building envelope of the site. This is with respect to setbacks, easements, lot coverage, and permitted uses. The proposal does not comply for various reasons. Now, as you mentioned earlier, they've already gone to the Zoning Board of Appeals, and they were granted the variances that they sought. They withdrew the requested variance for parking because that's being handled separately by the city and by a lease that was proposed to be done with the pump station, and signage was withdrawn. But the other variances that they sought, they were granted. There's a problem with hardships, but that's not before you. That's something that will have to be dealt with in court. There was no proof of and no claim of any hardship from the applicants themselves in their application.
We can't, I'm sorry, so I can't allow that.
Okay.
Anything that's gone through ZBA, they are their own commission.
Yep.
And they have approved these variances.
Correct.
So if you're going to argue that, I'm gonna have to stop you and tell you to please move on.
All right,
Okay.
I'm just reading from what they've said.
I can't, we don't do that here, so I can't do it.
Fine, I'll stop there on that one. But I would point out that it does raise an interesting question of what was not done before the ZBA with respect to the zoning envelope, and that is within your purview. Somebody made a major mistake, and it doesn't make any difference to the land trust whether it's the city of West Haven or whether it's the applicant. Nobody addressed the issue of whether the property envelope, which they proposed to have expanded from the site that used to be the Phyllis's Restaurant site, which is the one that they're proposing to lease from the city of West Haven. The building they propose to build is so large that it requires extending into the parking lot on one side, and on the other side, the shoreline side, it proposed to go into the area of the easement, the two public easements that they mentioned in their application as having to be complied with. Those are the easements that are in favor of the public for the walkway and giving everyone in West Haven a right to be on the waterfront, to be able to use the beach. What they don't do is address the issue of the fact that the walkway, the promenade, which they call the Savin Rock Trail, I've never heard that phrase used before, but they call it the trail in their application. It's actually, the promenade is a concrete promenade, as you all know, that extends the entire length of that part of the shoreline, and then it becomes a blacktop road as it goes in front of Savin Rock. It's quite narrower as it goes in front of Savin Rock. But that last almost 200 feet of concrete is to be demolished, and the walkway, the promenade, is to be moved from the site where it is now towards the water, towards the gazebo area, which is now the grass. That's all part of the open space that the city of West Haven is committed legally and contractually by way of an easement agreement with the West Haven Land Trust to preserve and protect forever. To move that promenade and narrow it to the point where it is less useful for people to use, diverting it from a straight line which goes now to connect to the blacktop path that goes in front of Savin Rock. Instead, it makes a nice loop for the benefit of putting a patio and a terrace in front of this monstrosity-sized building so that people can have a tap room experience at the expense of the people of the city of West Haven. The open space area gets diminished, the promenade gets demolished, the promenade gets moved towards the water, diminishing the total amount of open space that is required under the easement agreement between the city of West Haven and the West Haven Land Trust to be maintained and protected forever. As a matter of fact, the easement agreement, which is...
Could I stop you for a second?
Sure.
I just want to go to our attorney. The easement agreement is not in front of us as part of this site, is that correct? That is correct. So I'm going to stop you again. That's not something we can consider with this. We can consider the plans that were submitted. So that's something that you can certainly take up with, I would assume, city council, but I wouldn't know where to go with that, but it's not here.
Well, if...
The property does not go onto the easement as you're describing it, and Karen, please correct me if I'm wrong. That is correct. So, I'm sorry. Easement.
Excuse me, the plans that were submitted, and I've got them in front of me, the plans show the relocation of the promenade.
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay, they show the change in the sidewalk area.
Yeah.
You are absolutely
And
correct
it's
with that.
required by their plan because of the size of their building and their desire to extend to that site.
What I am saying is, the building does not go onto the easement.
I didn't
okay?
say the building
If
did.
that is being sorted out, whether it's through ZBA, whether that's through city council, whether that's through the land trust or anyone else, it's not being sorted out here. We see it as part of the overall plan. If there was an aerial view, that is it. So I understand where you're coming from, sir, and I understand we also have a letter from the land trust which will be read into the record tonight.
Yeah.
So I get it, okay? I'm just saying I don't believe it's really applicable, but we've gotten your point, and I've let you speak to it up until now.
Okay, so let me just summarize then. If a building site plan that's before you calls for changes to be made in the physical surroundings of that building, and that part of the application that it can't be built except by extending and making room for it by moving a surrounding feature.
What I'm saying is, we're not voting on the easement tonight. It's not something that we do here. We're voting on this particular plan.
No. Not asking you to vote on the easement. The easement's already done, signed, and a matter of record on the land records. It's a matter that should have been taken into consideration in their plan. It was not. If it was not taken into consideration by the applicant, it should have been taken into consideration by the city. It was not. The failure to do that is something that you can correct tonight by denying their application. If you don't, it is a violation of the easement, and the city of West Haven is a part of a party that's legally obligated to enforce the easement. And there are consequences that come from that, including if they get sued because they've violated the terms of the easement, The easement further provides that the legal fees of the applicant, of the person calling the city on that, is entitled to be paid by the city.
We understand your point of view, sir.
Okay.
And I appreciate it.
And I'll
Thank you.
stop.
Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. Sure, sir, you in the blue shirt, and then I think Nick was next, and then I'll go back to this side, guys, okay?
Hi, my name's Bob Dunn. I'm 58 Tyler Avenue.
I'm sorry, repeat, Bob?
Bob Dunn, D-U-N-N-E.
Awesome, thank
58
you.
Tyler. Been a resident in the West Shore area for 29 years. And I think this city needs a little bit of a reality check. We had an amusement park there 60 years ago, and there's a big rock on the beach. Let's get over it. The last I checked, that museum didn't have the Liberty Bell. It's not Gettysburg. We've got a viable business that can move in and resolve a lot of the issues in that particular part of town. And so I'm all for it. And lots of my peers and friends from other towns are more than happy to be consumers and support the business fully. So, I just don't understand why all the opposition. Again, take a step back. We had an amusement park there. That's great. It's time to move on. The city has zero momentum. Nothing is going on. We can talk ourselves out of this with dusty trucks and, it's going to be, it's a project. That's what projects are. There's a reason why Milford and Stratford and all the other towns in the shoreline are what they are, and we're not. So I'm all for it.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
Nick, you were next, and then there was a woman in the back row, then you in the white, and then I'll go to Ron, okay? You'll be after that, sir.
Good evening. Nick Ruckwalt, 502 Ocean Avenue in West Haven. Just want to echo the comments of the last speaker. I think, you talk to everybody in town, and we've all been in this town a long, long time. I'm a lifelong resident of West Haven. And we all like to see something happen down at Savin Rock. Now, I don't think we all can agree in a perfect world. I don't know what I'd like to see down there, but we have somebody willing and interested with the capital to move forward. And, I know it's difficult being involved in this process. I know how difficult it is for people on the outside. There are a million steps that go into a project like this. There are a million checks and balances, there's a million hurdles, there's a million applications, there's millions of dollars, there's a million phone calls, and you get a bite at the apple as a resident, as a commission member, as the city to see through that things are going correctly. I'm not a builder, I'm not a contractor, but we rely on people in these departments to carry these things through. So that's, I think, very important. And it's difficult, and everyone thinks tonight, if you guys approve that that there'll be shovels in the ground tomorrow, I can tell you that won't be the case, unfortunately, even though I'm for the project. So, there were mentions of coastal atmosphere and the enjoyment of the boardwalk and the aesthetic value of Savin Rock. Besides that beautiful new bridge that we've had, I haven't seen anything done down there since, for 35 years. I'm 35 years old. Last summer, I was on my boat, and I saw this big blue tarp on that building that I saw from the break wall, okay? The building is deteriorated. It's disgusting, quite frankly. It's nobody's fault. It's part of doing the best you can and putting dollars where they need to be. It's time that we move forward. Some of these other comments about the building and the aesthetic, I walk that boardwalk. I know it doesn't look like it. I'm not walking nearly enough, John. But I do. I'm down there. I drive by it every single day of my life. I live on Ocean Avenue. I'm there. I see the people enjoying it. I enjoy it. We need help. We need help down there. And I think everybody can agree with that. The plan to bring NEBCO to Savin Rock is an opportunity of a decade, if not a lifetime, okay? We've seen the revitalization of Allentown that a lot of us here have been a part of here through this board. people on the city council, the administrations, how that came together. There was a lot of opposition. There probably still is. It's a winner. I don't know how anybody can dispute that. It's gorgeous. It's the highlight of our town. It takes developers, it takes a whole lot of money, and it takes people with a lot of guts to come here and gamble. This is an undeveloped area. There's nothing down there. Beach Street is going through hopefully some transformation. This is 30 years we've been waiting for something like this. And to squander it would be a horrible, horrible mistake for the city. The other thing I'd like to say, and I know I'll be brief, I know everybody's got better things to do than listen to me ramble here, but if you look at Stony Creek in Branford and that area and the revitalization that they incurred, Brewport in Bridgeport, Hamden's got breweries. I mean, they're around us, they're safe, there's no issues. And with all due respect to some of the other comments that have characterized this place as some evil, warehouse, it's full of life. They're all families there. They're babies and kids. There's children playing. You can bring your dog, okay? There's weddings. I've attended weddings at these sites. This isn't some big evil corporation that's putting smokestacks on our shore. It is one of the best uses that I can think of for this area. Lastly, I'd just like to say on the record, I don't know the neighbors that have caused some, things going on there. I don't know anybody from NEBCO besides drinking their beer once in a while. I have no financial interest. I wouldn't know them if they were right in front of me. This is a humongous, humongous win for this town. Another speaker brought up that they serve beer, I believe, throughout Connecticut. I don't know where they sell. You're going to have Savin Rock, Connecticut on every can of beer that these people sell. Every can of beer. Okay? It's huge. It's huge. So I just thank you guys. One last thing I'd like to say is that there's always so many shots taken at commissions and boards that they're not being transparent and they're not listening to the resident. This is what, the second meeting? Okay. They went through ZBA.
They've gone through
They've been in
ZBA.
front of the city council yet?
I believe so, yes.
I mean, they're all public forums at these meetings, okay? You can email everybody here, or, they're all on the website. These owners of this business have a website that you can contact. I mean, can't get more transparent than that, in my opinion. So, I give everybody here a lot of credit for their time. Best of luck with your decision tonight, and I'm really, really looking forward to having NEBCO be part of our community. And I thank you guys for having me tonight.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you. Thank you.
Miss, with the glasses in the back, then we'll go to you in the white sweater, Ron, and then you. You wanted to speak as well? Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Name and address, please.
Michelle McLaughlin, 108 White Street, West Haven. I'm going to keep it real brief. I'm 100% in support of bringing New England Brewing Company here. You have a business that has been around for 20 years, is incredibly successful, and does, as other people have mentioned, ingratiate themselves to the neighborhoods that they're in, to Woodbridge, to Westville. We lived in Westville for 13 years before moving to West Haven 6 years ago. And they were one of the best partners, even though they were in the town next door. They were constantly supporting local events, and I continue to see them do that and expand that even more. They do local art exhibits, they do all kinds of stuff at the brewery as it is, and to be put in this amazing location that is the best location that we have in West Haven, showcase the one amazing aspect that we have. I don't know how that can hurt. We need people coming into this town, no offense, but after only living here 5.5 years, I'm really tired of seeing more blight and more businesses closing down and more stores with nothing in them. We have a company that wants to be here. They clearly want to be here because they're still sitting through this entire process and have been, and listening to the comments of people who don't want them here, who don't understand what they do. So that's all. My support 100%, and I really hope this works out.
Thank you, Michelle. Miss, you in the white sweater? Rich, we'll get to you in the back in a minute. Hi.
Hi, good evening. My name's Sue O'Shea. I reside at 11 Gulfview Court in Milford. I'd like to support New England Brewing coming to West Haven. As managing director of a real estate firm in Connecticut, I plan events throughout the state, and I've hosted events at New England Brewing. I've also hosted at every other town surrounding, and there's no place in West Haven to have an event. I am also part of the Closer to Free Ride, New England Brewing on the team. They have endorsed or supported with millions of dollars. They would be an amazing, amazing community neighbor. They've also supported International Festival Arts and Ideas in New Haven, and I just think it would be an incredible, strong economic impact to the city to bring them in.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
So, Ron, and then we'll get to you, sir, in the back, and we'll get to you right after that. Yep.
Good evening, Ron Walters, 5 Fenwick Street. Your decision tonight is based on the character of the application in front of you, not the business owner. I'm sure this person is a stand-up gentleman who's a pillar in the community. There's no doubt about that. But it's all about the application. It's not about the character of the person who's submitting the application. I have several concerns about this application. Parking. First of all, without even discussing the lack of parking that they need for this, the city is going to lose probably 120 spaces that are already existing there. Whereas those parking is at a premium down there. So there's a loss of 120 spaces, plus the city is also looking to donate additional spaces to the application. So I have a concern about that. The size of the building, the existing building that they're in now is close to about 13,000 square feet. They're looking for a 34,000, so they're almost tripling the size of their business. So that's a concern. The building height. Your regulations state that the building height is 35 feet, but when you talk about a gable roof, what I found out at the Zoning Board of Appeals, it's the average height of the gable roof. So this building is not 35 feet. And in the application, it shows that it's 46 and a half or 46 feet, 8 inches. But the question is, where are they measuring that from? Are they measuring that from the top of the fill, the 4 feet of fill that they're bringing in? Or are they measuring that 10 feet off the building, so technically it's probably over 50 feet tall? Savin Rock is probably 45 feet tall. So this building is going to be higher than Savin Rock, and I don't think anybody understands it, and you're not going to realize it until the structural steel starts getting pounded in, and everybody's going to stand back and say, holy cow, I never thought I approved something that large. So I think we need to look at that issue. As far as traffic goes, and the truck traffic coming back and forth, the 50 truck trips, I would say you do have a say over that, because there is a special permit application for fill that you need to approve with this application. So you do have a say over that truck traffic. And it's not 50 trips a day, because every truck that comes in there is going to empty it, and it's going to turn around and leave. So it's technically, it's going to be 100 trips going by the houses on either Kelsey Avenue or up Beach Street. So you need to look at that issue. Let's see. This development in this particular spot needed several variances, what they got. There's a lack of parking. There is a requirement for giving up 2 easements. The close proximity to the historic and scenic landmark in the city makes it obvious that this is not the right location for the size of this development. The city of West Haven should be talking to NEBCO to find an acceptable spot for them to relocate to West Haven. There's no reason why they can't find a spot that would fit their size of the building that they need, cover their parking without asking for to give up several easements, which were hard fought over the past 50 or 60 years down there, and everybody would be happy. Finally, there's a reason why you don't build a 20-story high-rise next to the Washington Monument. So, thank you.
Thanks, Ron. Sir in the back? And then there were a couple on this side, I think. You were next, then we'll go to Lori, then in the back, okay?
Hi, Richard Shea, 56 Kelsey Ave.
How are you, Rich?
Good. Good to see all you. I just wanted to stipulate that they're all good guys. I mean, we have people parading up here, you know, giving the accolades of how much they participate and how much and I believe they will. I've been watching them for the last couple of days in other hearings, and I believe that they are of good character and they're doing a good job. And their hearts are in the right place. So let's just stipulate to that. We don't need 100 people coming up here and telling us that.
Something tells me there's a but coming up, though.
No, there's no but.
Okay.
The but, yeah, well, the but is, that's not the point. That's not the point that we're all here
I'm sure
about.
that they appreciate your kind remarks, Rich.
That's not what we're here about. We're here about the fact that this is a beach. This is our recreation area. I would definitely welcome a brew pub, a restaurant, a venue of any type. I just don't agree that space should have any production going on. I don't believe that it should be a factory, a beer factory of sorts. I did look at the studies for the trucks for their deliveries, but it's not on there. I looked at the traffic studies. The traffic studies were done the end of May, maybe the beginning of June. That's not representative of what the traffic is down there. I think we all know that who live here. And I live on Kelsey Avenue, I'm probably 4 houses up from Captain Thomas. So this is right up my street. I'm right at ground zero. So what we're trying to do is, my neighborhood, we've gotten together, we've talked about this. There are some people that are for it, but I don't think they understood in the beginning what was really being built. They thought it was the brew pub type thing. There was going to be a restaurant. It was going to bring people in. That's what they thought it was going to be. It is, but more. And I
So
think
your
it's,
concern is the production portion of it?
yes.
Okay. What specifically are you concerned about? And I'm only asking that just to make sure that when the applicant comes up at the end, they may be able to address that.
Sure. Production means employees, a lot more employees. It's a residential area. It's, in the summertime, parking is a premium, so I think the last gentleman that was up here, now that we've reduced the beach parking by that parking lot, because that was beach parking until this last year, it's sort of gonna get tight. Right now, people park on Kelsey Avenue to walk to the beach. So if they're doing that, and then you have people trying to attend the brew pub, and then you have employees that are working there, I'm not sure how many, I've heard 40, they all have cars. So I have a concern about that. We also have a concern about, where we are, we're up the hill, probably we're about maybe 45, 50 feet above sea level, and we get the offshore breeze coming right up. It comes up straight up, it's a circular type convection that comes off the water. It brings everything up to us that you don't even hear down there. You hear things up on top, you don't hear it down there. You smell things up on top, you don't smell them down there. So we're very concerned about the noise ordinances, that they're also maintained. We're also concerned about the odors that may be given off by brewing, because I know they do give off some odor.
Okay.
And I just feel that, they're talking about Milford having one, and they're talking about different Branford having one. Yes, but there's not one on Double Beach. There's not one on Silver Sands. There's not one on Gulf Beach. They're in a different area.
So I just want to make sure, just so I understand, and again, this is so that the applicant can potentially address
Right.
this concern. So you're concerned about sound volume, and I can tell you at our last meeting, they tend to be more of an acoustic place, was what they had stipulated, but I'm sure that they will.
It's not always just the entertainment.
But I'll leave it up to them. I'm not going to speak on their behalf. That's just from my recollection of the last meeting. You're concerned about smells coming from, as they are going to be producing beer there. So you're concerned about the smell piece as
Yes.
well? Okay. And then the other piece was the parking piece, people parking on the street.
It's the volume.
It's the
It's
volume.
gonna be the volume.
Okay.
Now, we were at ground zero when they were doing all the paving along I think it was the state paving Ocean Avenue. And also when all the sand was being put on the beach, the reclamation. That, for some reason, it must be the shortcut off of 95 to come down Kelsey. And it's because it's a shorter shot. But you guys know what maxi brakes are on a diesel truck? Yeah, well, that's what we hear all day long, going down the hill. And then coming up the hill is the opposite noise. So it's quite disturbing.
Okay.
And to have that kind of thing going on.
So if they addressed truck traffic as
That'd be good.
parking,
Parking, truck traffic.
the smells and potential noise, and
And
that's.
I think the size is a little bit too big. It really doesn't belong on the beach. I mean, I really don't think that we should be giving up public space for this. I mean, I think it's a great idea to have them there, but I think it needs to be scaled down. It needs to be looked at in a different way. You know, maybe we have another piece of property they could put a little building on, or a bigger building on, and Bruce somewhere else in town, and just put a nice little restaurant down there. I mean, I don't know. All I'm saying is that it appears to me that to run that type of business down there, you could be opening up the door for other people to do the same thing. If you're gonna say it's okay for him to run a factory, because that's what it is, it's a beer factory, then you're opening it up for somebody else to do something else. Now, I understand that there are special stipulations for beer and wine and spirits.
Right, we have regulations specific
Yeah,
to
so I
breweries,
understand,
distilleries, and wineries.
it kind of gets a little bit confusing, which can be which. But you'd be fighting that all the time. You'd find somebody else and say, okay, well, you let them do that there, why won't you let me do this here? So, I mean, you're opening the door. And I think it could be a problem. But I want you to think about the overall point that it's the beach. Oh, one more little thing. When I was a kid in high school, we used to skip school and go to Jimmy's for a hot dog. I just hope that the kids aren't going to skip school and go for a beer.
Rich, thank you for your comment. Sir, you in the red shirt were next. Please come on up.
Hi, my name's Bob Maynard, 37 Roosevelt Avenue, West Haven, Connecticut. Try to make this quick.
It was Bob Maynard?
Maynard, yep.
Thank you.
I've been a resident here for 40-plus odd years, and I've seen a lot of projects in the city that just don't materialize. You know, it's very frustrating as being a resident. You want your city to be vibrant, you want it to be progressive, you want it to be able to, you know, grow. And without anything going into the town's not growing. And we really, you know, your job is try to figure out what's the best for West Haven. You know, that's your whole job. You want to protect the town and do the right thing. I really feel that NEBCO is the right thing. They work so hard to make a good community partner. Yes, the building is huge. It's a big-sized building. But what's there now? A broken-down building. We need to be progressive. We need to build. We need to make the city a better city. And we have to start. And this is a starting point. They're willing to go out on a limb, make the investment. Yes, we are giving up prime real estate, but that is part of the ambience for them to draw the people in. And that's what we need to do, is draw the people in, get the city back up to where it needs to be. That's it. I thank you very much.
Thanks, Bob. There were a couple other hands up on this side. Sir, yeah, you in the blue in the back, and then Miss, you in the blue will be next after that?
Edward Cleasis, 12 Laurel Street.
Can you spell your last name for the?
CLESSAS.
Thank you, Ed.
And hearing a lot of the major, a lot of the complaints, whether it's, you know, one, parking, well, there's been expanded parking already when you go down to the new bridge that just put in, and that's also adds access to this new facility, if it's all, you know, you guys approve it, easier for people to walk, ride bikes to get there and leave through there. So a little bit of there, I mean, it's not a big difference, but, you know, it does help. Other positives is it's adding manufacturing jobs to the city. I haven't heard a lot of manufacturers moving here and banging down the door. So, 10 to 15 jobs is definitely an improvement. So, I mean, it sounds like all the major concerns have been met, and to me, I mean, it's really, I mean, any new development in a blighted area should be more than welcome. And like a lot of people say, yeah, it's maybe a little bigger than we like it, but tough, you know what I mean? Regarding traffic, it seems a lot of, a little bit NIMBYism, not in my backyard. But, I mean, where I'm at Laurel Street, we'll probably get more traffic because that's the only through street, and I'm 100% for it. I mean, if we can get more people down here to enjoy our beach, to enjoy this, it'll bring more business to Jimmy's, it'll bring more business to people on, on Campbell. I mean, it's just an all win-win. So, anyway, that's about all I gotta say. I don't see, like I said, I don't see any drawbacks. I'm a new resident here, between about 5.5 years. Development, I've seen pretty much zero. A lot of positives going on, a lot of new housing going on along that area. A lot of young people moving in because their housing became affordable. And it would attract a younger crowd, which we need. We need new blood, all cities do. So anyway, thanks a lot.
Thank you, Ed. Miss, you in the blue?
My name's Christine Sullivan Gallo, 52 Richmond Avenue. It's really difficult for me to stand here tonight because, as some of you know, a couple of you anyway, I'm the chairman of the Economic Development Commission. I am not speaking for them tonight, I'm speaking for myself. I agree with everything, pretty much, that's been said tonight, from both sides. We need development in this city. Beach Street is a disgrace. It's been a disgrace for the 40 years I've lived in this city. We need stuff. We need development. I was all for this. I was never for the museum being in there. It's a display. It's not a museum. It doesn't belong there. Just get rid of it. Doesn't need to be in there. But the brewery, I was for it. I say was. I may still be. I don't know. Because I originally looked at the drawing, I said, that is a nice looking place. It's got siding, it's a nice place. I didn't know how big it was, you can't tell from just a picture of it drawn there. And now I see more drawings, and it's like, well, it's a prefab building, but okay. It's near my house, I'll have people visiting me because they're gonna go to the brewery, great. Now I hear, well, it's gonna be kinda high. So I said, I just wanna see a picture of it next to Savin Rock. I just want to see what it's going to look like. And there is no picture of it in situ that I can see. Mr. Mullins showed me the blueprints last night. He said, come to the Planning and Zoning meeting tomorrow. That's why I'm here. I would like to see a rendering, if Mr. Sacco has one, of the building with the rock next to it. Because I am afraid that I'm going to say, yeah, good, they're building it, and then I'm going to say, oh my God, it's pretty high. I don't want to make any comments because people who've been making comments have been being mocked and laughed at by people in this audience tonight. If you make a comment about the Washington Monument or being at Ground Zero, you're being laughed and mocked at because that's funny. So people who have legitimate concerns are being dismissed. That bothers me, even if I'm 100% for the brewery. So I think I just would like to know, I know Mr. Giuliano has said, I don't need the museum in there. If you guys want it, you can have it. He's been very cooperative with that. I have no problem. He's a great guy. But I hear people saying, so it's a little bigger than we'd like. Tough. Well, I don't know. Could we make it a little smaller if the museum was gone? Could it be, is it really not that high and people are just overreacting? I don't know. Please just show us a picture. Let us see. I want to be in favor of this. I'm economic development, pro-economic development. Please just let us see what it's going to look like in situ when it's done. And so I guess I'm not for or against. It's very hard to say where I stand right now. But I don't want to dismiss the concerns of the people who think this is a very big building that might be able to be scaled down a little, especially if you got rid of the museum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christine. Is there anyone else here to address the board? Lori?
Chair.
Yes.
Before we go on, can we just state for the record that the comments Ms. Gallo was referring to to about people being mocked was not coming from the commission, it was coming
I was
from
gonna
folks in the
address,
crowd?
I was gonna address that, but everybody up here has been so well behaved that I don't think that's the case, so
Just-
I'll just say, look.
I just say because the tape recording won't capture
Okay,
y'all's
that's
actions, so it
that's a-
needs to
that's
be
a
clear
very-
that she wasn't referring to the commission.
Chris, that's a very good point.
Thank
So
you.
she was not referring to the commission. I just want to say to everybody, just be respectful of each other out in the audience. We are respectful of anyone who comes in front of us, regardless of what they say. So we may be tough on people, we may ask questions, however, we're always respectful, and we want to hear everybody, okay? Lori, please, name and address for the record, please.
Lorraine Jensen, 68 Leet Street in West Haven. I came to the meeting last night, and now I'm here today, because I do have a concern about it. I'm totally against having the factory there. I'm not against the brewery itself. I think it's in the wrong place. That's a gem, that is our gem, is that beach. Yes, that building is crumbling, that's sitting there, but whose fault is it? It's the city's fault. Everybody can, we have a land trust, and the reason why we have a land trust is to protect that property from businesses, factories coming in and building factories all along our beach. This is the start of it. It takes away from our view. It takes away from access, easy access. And what happens is you're gonna have, we have beach stickers that we can't even park at the beach. What happens to these people that are gonna come and they're gonna be parking all over the place? Do they get beach stickers too? Or are we gonna be ignored? I mean, is it gonna be just residents only that need beach stickers? The parking is gonna be ridiculous, because it is hard in the summer. 4th of July, you know what happens at the 4th of July when people come in the city. Is this gonna be every day? We're gonna have to listen to the trucks coming in and out. Our roads are in despair now, and you're gonna have trucks carrying all this beer in and out over these roads. All day, every day, all except for the weekends, of course. I mean, it doesn't make sense. If they were to place this, like one of the other gentlemen said, if they had the restaurant there, I don't think you would get one complaint about it. They would enjoy it. If the factory was located at a different end of the in a different area of the city, I think that would go. Yes, that would be fine. In Milford, it's located at the Stratford end. That's where their big brewery is. It's at the end of where the bridge is, just before you hit Stratford. It's not on their main beach. It's not anywhere near. You go into the one that's in North Branford, if I'm not mistaken, that's off where the factories are, near the beaches, but not in their prime areas. So when you're looking at it, you're giving away our gem, and you're gonna have more congestion in that area. You're gonna make it hard on the residents. They're not gonna be happy, not at all. But we're not against having the brewery, we're against where it's going to be located. That's basic what it comes down to. This says 46,000 square feet. Really? How high is that? One of this other gentleman back there said it was gonna be taller than the Savin Rock. We can't have that. That's gonna drown it out.
I think that's a question that we'll probably ask the applicant when they come back up.
I hope so,
we'll
and I
ask
hope
them.
you do go into detail and not rush into
We-
this, because again, what we're looking at is we're trying to get, yes, nobody is in denial about what we need as far as development in the city. We are, but let's not be desperate enough to put something there and say, oh yeah, oh boy, and then afterwards you have second thoughts like this, oh, go and look it up. No,
Ms.
we
Ms.
can't have
Jensen,
it.
please know, this commission has never made a decision out of desperation.
No,
So
I'm just saying, no, I
just
don't
to-
mean it in that respect. I'm just trying to say, yes, this is an opportunity, but let's think this over thoroughly. And I think the residents has had a lot of say, and I think they'll have more of a say if you listen to what we have to say. Okay? That's all
Will
we
do.
ask.
Lori, thank you. Is there anyone else here to address the board? Bill, come on up.
William Kane, Lucy Avenue, West Haven. I'm the chairman of Inland Wetland Conservation and Open Space. Heard some comments and questions and concerns tonight about the sidewalk. We put a restriction on the sidewalk movement at our meeting of the Conservation Commission. The building location was not moving at that time. and they wanted to put a patio out back of about 25 feet, adding about 6 feet of grass space, so you've got about a 30-foot distance between the building and the sidewalk edge. The sidewalk was going to be moved to accommodate that distance, that difference, but not against the shoreline, not way out. The cupola, or whatever you want to call it, was not moving.
You're talking about the gazebo, correct?
Gazebo was not moving. So the concerns that folks have, if the building's not being moved more towards the shore, then there's no concern with the sidewalk being pushed way out, nor the cupola moving, the gazebo moving out further. That should be staying right where it is. And that was what we put in as one of the conditions, the condition for our approval of that area being within the conservation system. Okay?
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else here to address the board? Second time. Don't make me ask a third time. Okay, yes.
Better get up before I don't.
Go ahead.
My name is James Gagliardi. I live at 40 Tall Pine Road in Milford. Mr. Chairman, before I begin, I'd like to express my condolences for your chairman's loss. Now, to begin, probably no one in this room has had the experience with either the P&Z or redevelopment than I have. It all started back in 1971, which we're not going to go through the whole litany. But in those days, up until today, and including today, it's always been the citizens against the town, the city, the citizens against the city and the redevelopment agency, and then the redevelopment agency against the city and the citizens. Through all that time, and I've heard one guy say, Jimmy's always complained. Well, I can tell you that Jimmy's never complained. Our position was to the various mayors, who, by the way, always turned it around, and including the newspaper, who always goes with the mayors, that our position was, you can do what you want, but leave us alone. In other words, we want to be left alone. We don't want to be involved. It's up to you to change the regs, the rules, etc. Jimmy's has never interfered up until today, and that's why I'm here today. I want you to hear from me exactly what it is that Jimmy's doesn't like about the beer at Nepco. Now, Mr. Gordon from Coda Spody spoke to you at the last meeting. He attended and tried to speak to you at the ZBA meeting, and he's written a couple of letters. I know that one of them at the ZBA didn't get heard. Tonight he made a specific thing, I know, because he told me that he wanted it read while you were here, and maybe the public. Not that the public's going to make this decision, you are. Now, at the last meeting, I wanted to make a point, and I'll make it, but I don't want to refer it generally to this board. But your chairman, when Mr. So-and-so got up and mentioned the sewer, I was stunned, because he's absolutely right. Your chairman poo-pooed it, not us. Then someone got up later on and mentioned, I think it was on this side, about the financial, when the city attorney was up here, who, by the way, sits in the back, I guess. And your chairman said it's not in our purview. Then, Mr. Chairman, tonight, when Mr. Hawkins got up and mentioned to you about the easement and the way this building is going into the easement, you said it's not for us to decide. Well, Mr. Chairman, I would like to point out to you and your board, if you read your own book, you'll look under general provisions, number 4, 5, and 6, you will find that everything is in your purview. How do I know that? I served on a board of zoning. I know how it works. And I knew this one was going to be a problem. You know how I know? Because of the errors and the way it was put forward, not just to you, but to the public. The public doesn't know how it all works. We do, because we've done it before. And I'm going to give you a couple of examples. And one of the things that I want to challenge on this thing that aggravates me, you'll note that if you read the drawings, I'll get another minute too, and I'll explain something else. You'll notice that the parking that they have and what is permitted, what they provide, is short 119 spaces, right? Okay. Now that's on the perfect of the site plan that they put forward here. Mr. TPA here, Sacco, who by the way is a very competent firm, and I've used them in the past myself. However, he did the site plan. Now, just prior to the first meeting, now we get the architectural plans, right? And we're looking at a big building. They're looking at a short of 119 spaces, correct? Out of 267, I think it was, that was supposed to be provided. And they want to balance. Now, the next thing that happens, your city planner, Mr. Soto, who gets the plan, reviews the plan before you even see it, should have pointed out to you, every one of you, the big gap in the parking. But then he's going to rest on the excuse that he only had the site plan. Well, here's an interesting fact. The site plan came in, I reviewed it, and then later on, before the hearing, not too much before, the architectural plan came out. You remember the picture and the... Take a look at the drawings. The drawings show different from the site plan. Mr. Sacco has given you all this information on the site plan, but he hasn't told you anything about the architecturals, the interiors. I think someone made the recommendation that they give you a seating plan, okay? Now, I'm going to get to that in a second. So that came in, I reviewed that at the last minute, and I looked and I said, wait a minute, there's something that isn't right here. And you know, it was right in front of me. Mr. Soto should have saw that too, because he didn't advise you, and he didn't advise the client that his parking was so out of whack. 119 spaces where 267 were supposed to be there on the 200 or whatever it was seating. Now the recommendation, I think we pointed out in a letter, was 1 to 4. So anyway, when I took a look at the interior, the architecturals, I noticed something that I bet none of you noticed. And I'm going to tell you what it is. If you know how to do this, there's tricks. And the trick here was, don't talk about it and maybe it'll go away. I caught it, and I pointed out to Mr. Gordon. And the trick was, and you look at it yourselves, all of you, and you'll see that the toilet facilities in the building were way high. Let me explain that to you. On the women's alone, it was 16 toilets. On the men's, it was probably comparable. Now, that does not include the facility toilets, you know, the help, the production toilets. So I said to myself, why would somebody building a building for 267 people, or whatever it was, 300, want that many toilets? Who gave him the information to put all those toilets in there when he did? Jimmy's has a capacity of 535 people, okay? 5 women's toilets, we passed, because the capacity, these people are claiming, until tonight, that they may not do that 500,000 people a year. That's because that somebody caught it. I know I caught it. Mr. Gordon caught it, and he should have pointed out to you, you didn't catch it because you're not going to catch it. I was lucky when I was on the board.
I just, please be careful. Don't tell me what I may or may not catch.
Well, then maybe you
or
did
anyone
catch
else
it.
on the board. You're getting
I'm
close.
pointing to him. I haven't heard anyone mention it, Mr. Chairman.
Do you think maybe there's a lot of toilets because everyone's drinking beer?
No. No. Let me tell you what the problem is, if I may.
I'm sorry.
Would you like me to tell you what the problem is there?
I-
I'm leading to
I
it.
wouldn't
I'll
like
tell
it,
you
but
if
I'm
you
going
want to
to,
hear
go
it. The problem is that what was left off the drawings and what was left off the call of the hearing and the drawings themselves was one factor, and that factor is occupancy. Now, all of you probably, I'm not a bar person, but I go by all the time the one in Milford, Stonebridge. And if you go by there on the weekend, you'll know that Stonebridge has a lot of people walking around. And that's what the toilets are for, those people. That's why they're short more than 119 spaces. Now, unfortunately, I know the city is giving them some land across the street. I don't know how many of these spaces are going to be there, but it couldn't be in that small size more than 25 or 30, maybe. And I'm still not sure how much it is. All I can say is that this facility is just too big. Now, the next thing I wanted to point out is the fact that the sewer is important to us because in the last 20 years, Jimmy's has had problem with the sewer. We've already been assessed money to cleaning it, et cetera. There's a busted pipe. They tried to fix it, and they didn't fix it. Now, I'm not a real interested person or knowledgeable person on what flows out of their place. But when I see 30 toilets minimum, I'm going to say, yeah, there's a lot of people that drink beer, and it may be a problem. I wanted it noted. I would like it to be checked. I'm a citizen, and I'm sure that you would check it if you were noted to it. Now, the next thing I wanted to mention was the fact that there are 3 entrances on the end of Rock Street. 2 of them are going to be for the new facility, within 20 feet of one another. That may be a problem. Now, I know they need the parking. I know they need the entrances. And I know they're lifting the building, et cetera. I'm just wondering if they're too close to one another and we're going to have a jam up. I would mention that. So all again, I wanted to say that the size of the building, the scope of the building, I'm agreed with a lot of people, but it's not our position. We are not against the brewery itself. We are against the size and the expansion of the brewery. It's too big for that site. On top of that, Mr. Chairman, they are now, to build that brewery, they have to move into the boardwalk. Now, no offense to you, Mr. Chairman, but you said that's not our purview. Well, I'm afraid, Mr. Chairman, it is. And if you'll check your general provisions 4, 5, and 6, you'll see where I'm telling you the truth. Now, you may not have to purview, but you have to look at this, and you have to say, do I want to move this? How are they going to move it? They haven't said they're going to move it. They want to move it. They haven't said they're going to get this parking space figured out, because the city is not going to give it to them, or are they? When I say that site, I'm talking about the extra parking they need. Your city planner should have advised you, all of you, about these challenges to that site. Now, my official position is Jimmy's, because it was zoned properly, and recently, so recently, in fact, it's only been the past year. So I'll end it by saying that and you forgive me for losing my voice. That's why I had Mr. Gordon here the other night. We used to have a saying when I was chairman and vice chairman, et cetera. There were two kinds of zone changes that came in. One from the bottom up and one from the top down. Now, how do I know which one is which? Well, when things start to fall in place from the top down, when things that should have been noted aren't noted, when the extravagance of the expansion of this building is put up, nobody's taken into consideration, some of the people, what's the neighbors gonna be? So, the bottom line is that our problem is we have the boardwalk that we were told many times and many years ago, you can't move it. It's in the deed. It's a deed restriction. Now, you're going to say, well, it's not our purview. If they move it, they move it. Well, I'm afraid if they can't move it, what are you going to do? There should be a proviso in here if you're going to pass this thing on condition. You know what conditions are. You do them all the time. So, bottom line, I don't oppose the brewery. I oppose the size of the brewery. I oppose the misconception that they have the proper parking, because we're being put in a position where two things are going to happen. One, we're going to have to defend our parking lot because no one's going to walk 300 or 400 feet to get there when they can walk across Jimmy's parking lot. And two, when I come in with a proposal to redevelop my property, you're going to sit there and say, we can't do it. There's too much development down there, if they're successful. And I hope they are. I have nothing against them. And I told them that when they interviewed me. But I did say one thing. I don't want to see the boardwalk moved, because I've already seen the drawing that you probably haven't, that's in your packet. And that drawing was entered by Mr. Gordon, and it shows a rough idea of what it's going to look like, where it's going to go. And you know that nice view you see when you go up the boardwalk? Well, you're not going to see it anymore, because the damn wall's about 14 feet high, not counting where the deck is. And also, there's one other thing. When these fellas find out that nobody comes really to the shore in the winter, they're going to want us to do something. They're going to say, wait a minute, we've got this big building. How do we fill that tap room in the winter when the deck is closed? How would you do that? Well, what you don't probably know is, and you don't have to know that, I'm telling you, that you were allowed to build right up to the end of the easement. So when that thing goes over, they can enclose that whole thing, and you'll see none of the Savin Rock. You'll see none of the pavement. And by the way, that easement is 45 feet wide. I know. And I checked drawings for the next door, because I used to own that building. It's 45 feet there, too. And that building was built right up to the line. When we did our bar, and I'm not going to go into spilt milk, both the city and the zoning board and the redevelopment didn't want us to build it. And when we finally pushed it down their throats, so to speak, they gave us 10 restrictions. If these guys ever had to have those restrictions, they'd run right out of West Haven. Fortunately, we were smarter and we beat them. But it took a little bit of work. We beat them. I don't like being dumped on. And the redevelopment agency was working at that point against us. We had some, and I happened to be in Florida, I couldn't get back in time. So we had to go with an old design, which we did in 1990, instead of the one I wanted to do, which would have been beautiful. If I had a nice board like this when I was doing my bar, it would have been spectacular. So I'm not against it on the water bar. But one of the things that I always said, one of the things that the redevelopment wanted me to do, which fortunately didn't go to P&Z, was I was to build a bar, and then in front of the bar, next to the boardwalk, put trees so you couldn't see the bar from the water. Imagine that. The city planner laughed, the then city planner. You've had a lot of them. and each one comes in and says, I'm gonna make this thing right. I'm gonna take West Haven through. Well, I said to him, and I'm saying to you, it's leadership, vision. Listen to the professionals. Make up your own mind. Don't let the politics get in the way. And every damn time, when it comes to the shore, it's politics. So that's why I'm telling you tonight, this thing, the way it went and the way it's going is from the top down. That's my own nomenclature on that. So if you want to put it in, put it in. Because in 10 years, none of you will be here. In 10 years, you'll all point down there and say, well, it wasn't me. Well, I know these people are going to run a very good operation. I'm not against it. I find it curious. I'm anxious to see what it is that they're going to do. And if they do well, hey, maybe I'll take a hint. But if I come in with a big one like this that's totally out of scale, are you going to give it to me? No, you're going to sit there and all say to me, wait a minute, we got one of those over there. I can't do two. Now, your POD, if you read it, has said that they want development in this particular area. I'm for that. I'm for as much as we can get down there, because we're not going to get it on the other areas, just there. But I know we're going to have trouble with the surrounding neighborhoods because they want to keep their views. It's all view, by the way. I went through that too. It's another history lesson. The point I'm bringing out, take your damn time. Look the thing over. Don't be afraid to ask him questions. He works for you. You don't work for him. He should have noted that stuff right off the bat. And then I'm going to say one more thing and I'll end it. I talked to these people. They're very nice people. So the one question I had all the time was, off the top of my head, I said, who's going to pay to take the building down? You know? I didn't know up until last Friday when I read the contract, which I skimmed over because I don't have time to read the whole damn thing. It's going to be them. However, they are going to reimburse the city for that and out-of-pocket costs, and I think except for the first $15,000. Oh, and one more thing. When you do the plan, the coastal site plan, number 6 says that they assume that there's going to be shared parking. That is not true. That's another thing. If you stick by your regulations, which says that remote parking has to be within 300 feet of the front door of their place, there's only 2 places they could maybe get away with it. Jimmy's is out. The next door of the old Jimmy's, where it was by Savin Rock, was 3 acres. That would be great. But the land trust isn't going to give it to them. Or Turks. And I told them that. This situation in West Haven, the open areas down there, is a long history before any of you were here. Any. I was there, and our position always was, do whatever the hell you want, just leave us alone, and let us keep our zoning. By the way, they didn't. The minute they could do it, the first thing they did was drop the heights. They had to keep redevelopment, and the next thing they tried to do was, after redevelopment was over, they eliminated housing. Housing was the biggest thing, and that's what was supposed to be down there, Mr. Chairman. The only reason there's 3 restaurants down there now is because we caught the redevelopment agency doing something they shouldn't do, and that's when Jimmy's and Turks were allowed to come in. Anyway, to make a long story short, I am for the NEPCO. I am not for the size and scope and expansiveness of the building. I really hope that you'll look this thing over. And if worse comes to worse, continue the hearing. Nobody says you have to vote on it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gagliardi. Is there anyone else here to address the board? Please don't applaud. Yes, Miss in the back with the green shirt, please. Hi, just name and address for the record.
Jess Bankston, Prospect Avenue,
What number Prospect?
127.
Thank you.
I've been watching at home and had to come here pretty urgently because I thought it was
I
important.
saw you run in, and I was like, she must
Well,
be
I
here
was
to
like,
address
I don't want to
us.
miss anything. So I bought my house in West Haven 5 years ago and fell in love immediately right at the bottom of the hill, just a beautiful beach. I run a couple of restaurants in Westport. As you know, Campo Beach is the most sought-out beach probably in the state. And it's not even, I think, remotely close to how beautiful our beaches are. And when I moved into my house at the bottom of the hill, there was an old deli, and it was kind of run down. And since then, it's been taken over, and I feel so prideful when I drive by that and bring family to come to my house to eat there. And when we go to dive bar, I feel so proud. And when I get a kayak or a paddleboard at Savin Rock Surf Shop, I feel so proud. And then there's so many things that I feel so sad about and don't really know how to make a change. And I'd like to think that I represent a demographic a little bit different than the people that we're hearing from and seeing from pretty often. And I have been saying over the years I've been living here, I want to get involved in my community and the politics and make change, because it's really easy to sit at home and to watch these things and to complain every day. And I think it takes a different kind of people like you guys sitting up here that are dedicating your time every night to make places better. And I've started my family in West Haven and have a 1-year-old daughter that's going to go to school here eventually. And I have a house, a little tiny house that I spend all my money on having. And I really like to think that when my realtor said, oh, we got these havens coming in, that's going to be so great. We know that where that's at. But I really think that this is a tangible, great thing. I'm an executive chef of 2 restaurants in Westport, going on 16 years of that, running that business. Restaurant development changes everything. It brings so much pride and joy to people to see something like that. And I hear what everybody's saying about it's so big, it's so great. Unless it's bigger than those 2 buildings down at the end of the street, I don't think the size and scope really matters in comparison to those hideous buildings that are such an eyesore. I think that any kind of change is change, and we should be embracing that and really talking about it doesn't really matter. And I get it, take your time, but also don't take your time. Change something. I would like to say that I've lived here for 6 years and seen something happen in my time here that we can really take pride in and talk about and be happy about. Because I see, when I sit at that deli at the bottom of Prospect, I see people like me, and I see young people and young families of all different backgrounds and places and scopes really buying houses here and living here. I don't know how long they'll stay if they keep driving by these buildings and looking at chicks and keep looking at these, all these buildings that are so yucky. So I get what everybody's saying. I live on the top of Prospect. It'll change my traffic route on Ocean Ave, no doubt. I drive to Westport every single day and sit in, awful traffic. So I guess I'm not bothered by it. I'm not scared of the noise and the sound and the trucks. Like, this isn't Budweiser. This is a very small local brewery. It's not going to be what everybody thinks it's going to be. Something that we can really hang our hat on and be proud of, that we have and that we can take ownership of, and bring some people down here. We have the most beautiful beach, I think, in the state of Connecticut. I'm from Rhode Island, and we have beautiful beaches there, and I go down there and think, man, I wish everybody saw what I see here, which is a beautiful shore. I'm amazed by all these people that love it here so much, and I want to know where I can see these people and hang out with them and meet them. I don't really have many places to do that right now, so
You can come to our meetings anytime.
it's not so scary, so I might now. And I hope to get more involved and not just say what I wish would happen and to be involved like you guys are, but I just wanted to voice my opinion that I think, I get it, the size is scary, the things that could change could be scary, but it could also be really, really great. And we won't really know until we get there, and I think it's gonna bring a great energy, a great vibe, a great, I see all these small businesses that are trying really, really hard. They do need a big win to kind of push the development into the right direction. And everybody's kind of really throwing rocks, and we need a big, big push. I would love to open a restaurant in West Haven. I would love to, have a business that I can get people to, and I would love to do it on the beach and breakfast, all these things, but I don't know if I would do that today with the development that's down there, so. I just encourage you guys, I think it's great, I love it here, I wanna, be proud of it, and that's it. I thank you guys for doing your job and for listening to everybody. It's my first time in a meeting, and for everybody that's here that's so passionate, voicing their opinions, whether good or bad. I love when people love something so much, so that's
Jess,
it.
thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Welcome to town.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here to address the board? Second time. You can come up, you can address from here as an ex officio member, or?
Point of order, didn't she speak at the last meeting?
I do not have the mayor down as a speaker at the last meeting. I believe that a question was asked from one of the commissioners to her, and that was it. So this is allowed. Name and address for the record, please.
Nancy Rossi, Mayor, City of West Haven. Business address is 355 Main Street. Residence is 12 Robin Road. First off, had the young lady that came before. That was so refreshing and so upbeat. It just, I mean, really, really, that's what I want to, as mayor, hear more of and see more of. Instead of negativity, why don't we try positivity like that young lady did? I hope she does open a restaurant here one day. I do want to address all of you, though, commissioners and members of the public. I am speaking in favor of the NEPCO project. There are so many positive aspects of this exciting development on our beautiful shoreline. Listed below are only a few of the benefits for moving forward with the NEPCO development. NEPCO will bring jobs to the city of West Haven. As the city seeks to improve its parking monetization efforts, it is also expected the city will directly capture additional metered parking revenue from the new visitors coming to NEPCO's facility. The city also expects to capture additional revenue from taxes and the ground lease agreement with NEPCO. NEPCO's facility will also put to use a vacant and underutilized parcel that will bring vitality back to this parcel and create a lively and inviting atmosphere to our shoreline. Overall, the addition of NEPCO to our business community has the potential to have a very positive impact on economic development along our shoreline and beach area. Please cast your vote in favor of the approval of the NEPCO project so we can continue to move West Haven forward. I want to thank you for all that you do for this city. That is important too, because I know you all take this job very, very seriously. I've listened to the comments tonight. I'm sorry to hear that there was heckling. I didn't hear it tonight because last night I heard it loud and clear. And so I'm glad to see that hopefully people will start to learn heckling isn't the right way to do things in West Haven. Again, positivity is what you should do. If you don't like something someone says, that's fine, but you shouldn't heckle them. To me, it's unprofessional behavior, period. So I'm sorry that it happened again because I thought last night was going to be isolated. That being said, listening to all the reports tonight, and I wrote down everybody that came in and what they said, I believe in this project. I believed in this project since well over a year ago when it first came to our attention. I also believe in this group because they have persevered through all of this so far, and I want you to continue. I think it's important that we do get economic development here. And if we don't start embracing it, they'll go elsewhere. Not only this group, any group. If you see that, they have a wonderful project laid out for us. Are there hurdles? I believe, and you guys are the experts, not me, but I believe there's hurdles in any project. I know there's hurdles in building a house. I know there's hurdles in building anything, especially a new business. That being said, I really do hope that this commission will vote favorably for this, and I'm praying for the same thing for when the city council takes up their business next week. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Is there anyone else here to address the board? Second time, is there anyone else here to address the board? So third and final time, is there anyone here to address the board? Okay. What I'm going to do is just call for a very quick 5-minute bio break. So let's go into recess at 8:06.
8:04.
8:04, and we will come back at 10 after. think we've got everybody back up here.
Wait for the recording.
So as soon as the recording is back on, we'll come back into session. We're good?
8:17.
Okay, so we're coming back at 8:17, a couple minutes late, but that's certainly something that we can make up. Okay, so I've gone to the public 3 times, and I'm sorry that I'm standing, but my back's a little stiff. So don't be menaced by my large stature. So, all 5'7" of me. So if I could ask the applicant to please come up, and I think we have something administrative first to address. Do you want to do that first and then through staff as well?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Right.
So guys, sit down again, I'm sorry. Why don't we go to staff for any correspondence that's been received and any departments that have been received since the last meeting?
Let's see. One exhibit is the letter from the mayor that she's already read from, so we won't read this letter in full, but just put it into the record and make note of that. We do have another letter from Benish, the traffic engineer, but they are here. They will speak as to that letter, but we're just submitting that into the record as well, so that they'll be submitting that. The other letter is from Dolores Libo. We read it inside?
It was read into the,
All right.
Yep.
Yep. This one, did they read this one? All right. So the land trust letter says, Ms. Killian Hendricks, Chair, West Haven Planning and Zoning Commission. Dear Ms. Hendricks, regarding New England Brewery, to the members of the West Haven City Council, I am Rennie Loisel, President of the West Haven Land Trust. I reside at 5 Trumbull Street and have been a resident of West Haven since 1977. I am authorized by the unanimous vote of the West Haven Land Trust to inform you that it opposes the leasing of the former site of Phyllis's Restaurant to be used as a commercial brewery on prime West Haven shoreline property. Not only does the West Haven Land Trust object to this use, which is clearly inappropriate for the site, it also opposes the sheer enormity of the intended brewery, which is more than quadruple the size of the former use of this property and represents an 8-fold increase in the volume of this gigantic structure over its former use. What is before you for approval is an enormously large commercial manufacturing facility of nearly 60,000 square feet, squeezed into a modest lot under the pretense of it also being a drinking venue, but with only slightly more than 8,000 square foot being used for a tap room, kitchen, and event room for up to 80 people. This is a classic case of the barred tap room being the tail which wags the dog of what it really is, a manufacturing facility of beers and ales, more than 90% of which are to leave the site daily on trucks traveling the streets of West Haven to where most of the products will be consumed. This proposed use of the shoreline property immediately next to Savin Rock has almost nothing to do with the shoreline location, except to degrade and possibly ruin it for public enjoyment. Before outlining in greater detail the many reasons why this facility is simply inappropriate in location and in size, we need to turn to the explanation of why this building proposal is of such great concern to the West Haven Land Trust, and should it be of concern to all the citizens of West Haven. After decades of debates, lawsuits, referenda, on September 8th, 2007, the City of West Haven granted a conservation easement over 39-plus acres of its shoreline property in the Savin Rock Urban Renewal Area. Number 2, this document granting the easement and restrictions to the Land Trust of West Haven, Inc. is recorded in the West Haven Land Records at book 1,543, pages 864 to 880. The West Haven Land Trust would be glad to provide copies of this document to all who would like to see or read this historic deed. The signing and recordation of the conservation easement was then widely hailed as the end of battles over the future and use and preservation of this invaluable resource to be protected forever for the benefit of all citizens of West Haven. I will quote at length from the introductory paragraphs of the conservation easement, whereas clause number 9, which summarizes the purpose of this grant, to a private nonprofit corporation organized for purposes of preserving valuable resources for the benefit of the public. Whereas, subject to the priority encumbrances and existing active recreational uses, the present and future passive recreational uses and existing active recreational uses and existing improvements, the grantor and grantee recognize the important character of the properties as being part of the West Haven coastline and have the common purpose of conserving and preserving the promenade, the beach area, and the open space, coastal area management, areas of aesthetic, historical, and ecological value of the properties, and prevent the use or development of those properties for any purpose or in any manner which would conflict with maintaining the promenade, the beach area, existing active recreational uses, and present and future passive recreational uses and existing improvements, and the open space, coastal area management, and areas of aesthetic, historical, and exotical value of the properties for both this generation and future generations of the city, of the citizens of the city of West Haven, and that's where the quote stops. The operative sections of the conservation easement in section 1 purpose make it clear that the city as grantor has the right and obligation to preserve, protect, and maintain the promenade, the beach area, the existing improvements, and open spaces for public use. That section also grants the grantee, the West Haven Land Trust, the authority to protect those rights. The conservation easement goes on in section 2, rights of grantee to preserve and protect the rights and obligations of the city of West Haven for those citizens' benefits, including the right to monitor the actions of the city and enforce the terms of the conservation easement, even against the city, after giving the city proper written notice. This section is even more extraordinary by obligating the West Haven Land Trust to so enforce the terms of the conservation easement, and by reference to the rather unusual section 6 granting it the right to sue the city to so enforce the conservation easement by seeking injunctive relief, and upon success in court to be entitled to recover the legal fees and costs of such litigation. The city does not often agree to such terms, but here it was clear that the city and the West Haven Land Trust were on the same page as to the importance of their mutual obligation to preserve this area of the shoreline forever. Clearly, the West Haven Land Trust has not only the right to object to the proposed lease agreement, but contractually written legal obligation to do so. Even though the parcel to be leased is not within the coverage of the conservation easement, the proposed site plan and other documents submitted on behalf of the proposed brewery make it clear that its sheer size and location make it threaten the very properties that are required to be protected forever from private encroachment. Those plans call for the relocation of a significant portion of the promenade from its present location into the grassy open space towards the gazebo and shoreline, the narrowing of the promenade in its newly proposed location where bicycles and pedestrians with and without baby carriages and children in tow must compete for space, and the visual obstruction of the previous views of the Savin Rock from the existing promenade location due to the construction of the elevated party space above the existing promenade location. All of these negative effects on the public use of the promenade and open space are required by the conservation easement to be protected forever. They would not be threatened except for the location of a non-water-related brewery of enormous size on this protected site. This is the wrong location and the wrong size for a city legally committed to protecting the shoreline. The West Haven Land Trust has no other option under the conservation easement but to take the actions authorized in it to protect the promenade and the open space between the promenade and the beach from private development. The City Council and Land Use Commissions of the city could prevent this unnecessary legal action by simply recognizing that this development is the wrong size and the wrong location, no matter what other benefits it may bring to West Haven.
This was the one from Robin Parsons. She read that in.
Okay. It's signed Land Trust of West Haven, Rennie Louise, President.
I don't see it.
We have the other letter from.
We have the letter from Custodian Associates.
Yes.
We don't have that one on.
And it is, as submitted to us in the record, I don't know if you want to review that in total or not.
Yeah. Yes. If I can get a copy of it, I give my copy to council.
I will pass mine down if that's easier. And then the last piece that I have is you do have a letter from the city engineer that I think we need to put into the record as well.
Yeah, we can
Commentary.
do all those under staff comments.
You want to do that at the end?
Yes, because you have staff comments that were given at the
Okay.
beginning, which the applicant has revised their application to
Okay.
incorporate some of the staff comments. So they can address those, and we'll address those staff comments and my staff comments at the end. This is a letter from Jeff Gordon. We received it today. I'll spare you the details in the emails, asking for it to be read into the record. We are going to address it because the previous folks who addressed portions of this didn't speak to all of it, and so we don't want to claim going that they asked us to do something we didn't do. Inasmuch as commission policy prohibits speaking more than once at a public hearing, as a supplement to the review provided of this application dated August 8th, 2022, we offer these added comments for the record. We request that they be read into the record during the public comment section of the public hearing for the benefit of anyone attending who may wish to address these points raised. We're addressing these points revealed during the initial public hearing, the applicant's rebuttal, and the late revised plan submission. We reiterated as the desire of Jimmy's and its principals to welcome a right-sized, compatible user to the now vacant Seven Rock Conference Center property. As immediate adjoiners with a 90-year-plus history on the shorefront, Jimmy's has a deep stake in the present and future use of the properties. The applicant's testimony and other documents raise matters we believe to be addressed by the Planning and Zoning Commission. Some are likely remediable with certain design adjustments or added submitted material. Others may be more challenging to address. We offer the following points. First, the plans are submitted call for the elevation of the subject site to be raised as much as 5 feet. If the average depth of fill is just 3 feet, it would require approximately 7,500 cubic yards of fill. The fill application submitted by the applicant proposed the city website, applicant posted on the city's website does not state the volume of the fill, only the size and the daily trip counts of trucks. The estimated volume necessitates a special permit application of its own. Based upon the applicant's submission, approximately 750 truckloads of material would be imported. The commission should provide for the public the source of materials, truck routing, operation hours of such filling. Appropriate dust control measures should be required. Second, elevating the site for a finished floor of 16 is 3 feet above the FEMA flood line. This may be excessive and due in part to the loading dock requirements for the proposal. Nonetheless, the elevation of the Rock Street cul-de-sac is 11.3 and the driveway entrance is approximately 45 feet in length. This results in the primary entrance at a slope of access of 8%. This may be suitable for a longer secondary access. However, this could pose a problem with vehicles bottoming out at the sudden transition points. Third, the applicant has been vague, at times contradictory as to the type of use and focus of the facility. At the Public Spaces Committee in 2021, he stated that the goal was to have 500,000 visitors per day, eclipsing that of the Stony Creek Brewery. That equates to an average of 1,370 visitors per day. At the same meeting, he stated it would be neither a restaurant nor a bar. It would bring in food from area restaurants, utilize the catering kitchen, not equipped for cooking and for food trucks. At the last planning and zoning hearing, Mr. Giuliano equivocated as to the restaurant component, that perhaps it would have one and possible use of food trucks. At the recent zoning board of appeals meeting, Mr. Giuliano stated the primary use is a production brewery with the tap room deck as an accessory feature. If there's not a full restaurant associated with the facility, it would violate the separation requirements from the West Haven High School playfield. Fourth, zoning compliance requires the use to be contained within the requisite building envelope of the site. This is with respect to setbacks, easements, lot coverage, and permitted uses. The proposal does not comply for various reasons. Although variances of coverage and setback were obtained, the building exceeds the permissible envelope. Its intrusion into the deeded easement is not compliant. Parking is not compliant without a requisite zoning relief. Connecticut case law and statute limits such relief from the Zoning Board of Appeals. The revised plans submitted show open assembly area of 5,082 square feet for the proposed tap room, 6,468 square feet for the proposed deck bar, and 1,578 square feet for the proposed event room. This is a total of 13,128 square feet according to section 60.13.2.3. This area should be utilized to determine the occupancy by the fire marshal. That capacity determines the parking space at 1 per 4 persons. The fire safety code establishes seated areas at 1 person per 15 square feet. at 1 person per 15 square feet, standing at 1 person per 5 square foot, and bar areas at 1 person per 2 linear feet of bar. Under the fire safety code, there would be a minimum of 875 if all seated, and 50 bar patrons, 925 total, or 2,625 standing, or a combination. The taproom facilities, not including employees or production employees, would require between 231 and 656 spaces. These would needed on-site or within 300 feet of a walking route from the facility's principal entrance. The driveway from Kelsey Avenue Pump Station is in excess of 450 feet to the front entrance of the proposed building. Truck traffic should be conditioned as part of commission approval. It was stated that while there would be statewide distribution, there would be an average of only 1.3 trips per day. We find this to be incredulous, as that would be less than 500 trips per year. There is no comment on the hours of day or any other limitation. There should be some stipulation in this regard. It is reported that the former Krispy Kreme of Newington made a similar assertion, which proved to be untrue and led to the revocation of its special permit. The taproom deck is elevated between 8 to 12 feet above the adjacent proposed relocated sidewalk. There should be an occupancy review of egress from the exterior area. It is true that you can egress through the building. While 2 exterior stairs are shown at the extremes of the deck, a ramp is also depicted. The ramp wedged between the taproom and the CO2 tanks appears to be intended to provide emergency accessible egress for said level. As the taproom deck is depicted at elevation 26, the discharge elevation for the ramp is at elevation 16. The maximum room for a ramp without a level landing is 30 feet. It would appear the ramp, as shown, has a total length of 60 foot, 2 30-foot legs. This would only accommodate a change in elevation of 5 feet, not 10 feet, inferred on the plan. And lastly, the commission must condition any approval on full disclosure of wastewater discharge volumes and components into the city pump station and treatment plant. Facilities of this proposed size require a deep discharge permit for high volumes. Also, they're subject to high-strength water discharge, yeast and other organic residue, high biological oxygen, high BOD, biological oxygen demand creates low discharge quality, which can impact treatment facilities. What will be the disposal of out-of-code beer? Spent beer is a high-strength wastewater, and unfiltered beer at 6% ABV has an average BOD of greater than 80,000 parts per million. For comparison, residential sanitary wastewater has a typical BOD of 200 parts per million. If your POTW can handle the high BOD load, you may be able to discharge with minimal constraints, but you will likely be assessed a surcharge for the high BOD wastewater. Otherwise, the POTW may require you to reduce the impacts by limiting the volume of beer discharge per day and discharging at night or during periods when POTWs receive lower residential BOD loads. If your local POTW is seeing a decreased usage rate and is operating at a BOD deficit, they may be willing to negotiate a reduced BOD surcharge. Other considerations for the discharge of beer to the sanitary sewer are pH and foaming. State regulations require a discharge with a pH greater than 5 and prohibit discharges that cause foaming at the POW. Individual POWs may have more stringent requirements for pH. State regulations regarding wastewater discharges can be found at the State of Connecticut website under Section 22A-430. The State of Connecticut issues both individual permits and general permits for wastewater discharges which provide specific requirements based on the type of wastewater generated. Most brewers in Connecticut will fall under the general permit for miscellaneous sewer-compatible wastewaters. I respectfully submitted, Jeffrey Gordon.
Thank you, Chris. Is there any other communication we need to review at this time?
We have some staff comments that address that.
Do you want to
Mr. Ben-
review?
The folks from Benish have submitted to us, they've submitted to us official comments in writing, but they're here I think that they'll address that.
Okay, so why don't we go
directly.
through, would you prefer the applicant come back up and then go through any staff commentary afterwards?
Up to you, or we can go through them.
Why don't we, I'd at least like to go through the engineering commentary, because that seemed to be of concern by some of the,
Sure.
some folks that spoke against this, and it was in part of Mr. Gordon's letter, so I think that might address some of the concerns.
All right, so, the city engineer has some comments relevant to some of what you just heard. He addressed it, so we've got two staff comments from the city engineer. So the first one, were given on August 9th. Says this application is to redevelop existing conference center to a brewery by demolishing the existing building and removing the asphalt pavement and then filling in the site. Existing grade of the parking lot varies from elevation 9.5 to 12 feet, and a new grade will be from 12 feet to 15 feet, which will be above the 100-year flood with a margin of about 2 feet. This will account for any sea level rise for the next 40 years. The applicant is providing on-site retention of stormwater for the first 1 inch of rain and also providing water quality structures to remove sediments. This will improve the water quality and reduce runoff discharge to the Long Island Sound in compliance with the city and state deep regulations. The applicant has addressed all his concerns, and he has no further issues with the application. That was on August 9th. We asked him to review the letter provided to us by Jeffrey Gordon, as there were some remarks with regards to 10%, the capacity, the ability for cars to potentially bottom out, some cushion on the fill. So he provided comments generally to the application, and then with regards to some of those slopes that were mentioned, and the wastewater comments. This were provided to us today, August 23rd. I've reviewed the application for a new brewery at the old casino restaurant and presently used as the conference center. The applicant is proposing to raise the existing site grade from elevation 9.5 to an elevation varying from 12 to 15.5, with the building on the first floor of 16. This will bring the parking area in the building above the 1% chance flood as per FEMA maps. The building will be above any future sea level rise for the next 50 years. The applicant is also providing underground detention galleries to not only attenuate storm flows, but to also reduce the volume of discharge to the receiving stormwater sewers in Long Island Sound. Additionally, water quality structures are being provided to improve the stormwater quality, thus having a beneficial effect on the sound. Sanitary and wastewater flows will be discharged to the city's sanitary sewers on Rock Street, which flows into Savin Avenue Pump Station at the corner of Kelsey Avenue and Captain Thomas Boulevard. Sanitary sewers and pump stations have adequate capacity to handle the flows, which are expected to be less than 50,000 gallons. The city's water pollution control plant has adequate capacity to handle the brewery's flows, both for volume and strength. Brewery process flows usually have high BODs loading, but are easily degraded in the treatment plant. The applicant will have to get a deep permit for the brewery, which should not be a problem, as the city has an adequate system to handle it. Not knowing the actual flows and its strength, there may be a need to adjust the pH. The city's acceptance for the discharge requires a minimum pH of 5.5, which can easily be adjusted by the addition of a sodium hydroxide if need be. Depending on the process flows and sanitary wastes, it may or may not be needed. A grease interceptor is also provided for kitchen wastes. The entrance slope of 5.8% is provided, which is less than the city standard of 10% and should not create a problem for vehicles bottoming out at the ramp. In summary, I have no issues with this application as regards to sanitary and stormwater sewer systems and the entrance ramps at the parking area.
Thank you. Do you want to reserve the rest of the remaining letter that we have for August 19th, or do you want to go through those piece by piece with the fire department, building department? It's up to you.
So the August 19th was provided to you by TPA, and they have included both some of the comments made by the commission and unanswered, unanswered comments to the building department, clarifying some, certain things, the West Haven Fire Department.
So I think that the applicant addressed the fire department piece, because it talks about the flush pavement area, a fire hydrant has been added, and no modifications to on-street parking. So I
Sure.
think that
So
that piece.
I think when they come up, I think that they can address the August 19th.
Okay.
Kind of submittal to you. And then the remaining comments are mine. If you want to hear those now, we can hear
Sure.
those now.
You're
All
on a
right.
roll. Keep going.
Sure. So on August 5th, I transmitted to the board comments with an analysis of our of the application. You'll have it before you, so I'll just summarize the particulars that have come before us, and then we'll just clarify the record on some other issues that were raised today. So while emphatically it was claimed that we did not look at the parking and that you were not advised as to parking, you can, on page 2 and page 3 of my staff report to you, parking was considered. We did ask them to provide floor plans so that we can see what their seating capacity was, because our regulations call for parking spaces at cafes, tap rooms, things of that nature, to be at 1 parking space for every 3 seats. So we did need to know what their seating count was. That was given to us, and they have 411 seats within their patron area. And under the parking analysis, you'll see that initially their parking analysis was done on a gross square footage that resulted in 232 spaces, and they were providing 119 spaces on site. We also looked at how that was being calculated, and so I'll just read my comments directly. With regards to the production floor area, it would be appropriate to consider a net square footage of the production space. Given the nature of the brewing operation, a large floor area is needed for equipment, storage, and coolers that will not have employees working in the space. This would result in subtracting mechanical rooms, dry storage rooms and areas, coolers, break rooms, and the mill room. These areas are not staffed areas in the sense that they are not customary workspaces, and employees in these areas will primarily be assigned to the production floor or one of the associated offices. This would reduce the total parking production square footage area to 26,122 square foot, where on the initial analysis, there was an additional 20,000 square feet of area that had been calculated for their parking analysis. Furthermore, the applicant has a future projected estimated workforce of 75 personnel, with no more than half of that personnel working a shift. This being the case, a reasonable employee production space and parking requirement can be set to 35. So what was asked of them and what was determined is that the brewing space and the space where customers will be seated or patronizing the establishment will only have a limited time in which the brewing operation will be happening concurrent with customer service hours of serving beer at the tap room. And so the brewing space will have your typical kind of 9 to 5. The tap room will open sometime after midday. And there's going to be times when all the employees won't be on site at the same time. So there's some give there to say that given shifts, given the fact that production employees will leave at one point and then your tap room employees will come in at another portion, those are your 35 employees there that would kind of combine any given totality of work shift. So that's why we're comfortable doing this analysis and saying that a parking ratio of 35 spaces is adequate, given that all 35 employees won't be on site at the same time. And at the point where they will not be at their peak customer service hours, so that their parking should be able to absorb that volume. So we provided you a net area parking calculation based upon the seats, which is what our regulations require, and not the occupancy is what was alluded to earlier. And at 1 space per 500 square foot for the production space, and then given into account the employees operating in there, and the tap room event, deck and patio space at 1 per 3 seats, and there is a small 200 square foot space for retail where you could buy T-shirts or other kind of memorabilia from them. That equated out to 173 spaces. Y'all have that outlined in your staff reports. Of that, they are providing 119 spaces on site, and the city has agreed to enter into agreements to provide additional parking spaces at the pump house. That is 24 spaces that can be provided at that site. And we have additional parking monetization efforts that are occurring throughout the city. And I believe that there might be other agreements that they've come into. So through the city's current monetization, there's an additional 42 spaces that would become available on city lots that are not currently available to non-city residents. And so those would be metered parking spaces that the city would see revenue on. We provide this analysis because we do believe that the commission can duly consider modified parking requirements under section 60.28, and then you'll see that there's a provided parking analysis under there as well for you folks. And on the total provided parking analysis, we see that we count 185 spaces, where under the modified analysis they would need 173. With regards to the special permit findings, we do have to point out that the report, the traffic study does say that they are located, the site is located at the intersection of an arterial and a collector road. And their main entrance is off of Rock Street, which is not one of those, but I do believe we have a half-mile consideration from the intersection of one of those. The level of service doesn't change on the street given the new uses. And we do find that there is some consistency in the plan of conservation and development. Now, I think consistently the commission has looked at the plan of conservation and development as a living, breathing document, and we've adhered to it pretty well in terms of its goals and the aims that it seeks to promote. In this specific area, I will note that both Mr. Gordon in his first letter to the commission has stated that while there is not a strict adherence to the planning of conservation and development, it does further some of the broader aims and goals of the plan of conservation and development, and some of those being some of your kind of waterward uses. We note that under the beachfront and the beach, which is page 76, there are several goals that these are consistent with. These being that they promote the redevelopment of underutilized properties, that they seek business development that connect the beach and water-related recreational opportunities, and to enhance and promote commercial opportunities along the beach. We've heard some comments that this would not be a recreational opportunity on the beach. I would argue that neither is a restaurant, right? But you go to a restaurant, you go to an establishment because it's by the water and it provides a view for you. And so in that sense, we do see that this is a recreational opportunity along our shorefront where folks would go and visit it and be there. You'll have the other separate department reviews. And then there are just some things I need to clarify that were stated by some folks this evening. Ms. Lebo's letter says that several zone changes and other, can I see the letter real quick? So she states that things were done without transparency and without the opportunity for the public to have discussion on it. I will note for the record that the change to the open zone, the open space zone, which brought that zone down to the limit of the boardwalk, not only went to the Inland Wetlands Commission as part of their open space commission proceedings, but it also came before this board, and this board did hold duly noticed public hearings. We did register in the paper, we did take out the proper ads, and we did follow state statute in doing that. So I'm a little, I would take some umbrage in saying that we acted without transparency in doing that. That's one. There was a comment made as to parking variances withdrawn. Parking variances were not withdrawn, they were not asked for, because under section 60.28, we understand that the commission has the right to modify standards. Sign variances were withdrawn, and that it's because the signs are compliant with your regulations, so variances were not needed. Let me see. There was, there's been some comments made that this will allow a manufacturing and open the door to other manufacturing uses. That has to be noted that that's categorically not true. The regulations specifically allow for breweries, which is a specific use, not a carte blanche manufacturing use. So that needs to be noted, and it needs to be noted that that too did go through a properly noticed zone change or regulation change, public hearing, and that breweries are a permitted use in the SCR and many other commercial zones throughout the city, and that was properly done, that the board did properly consider text change, an amendment to its regulations, and that is an allowed use. So with regards to how we look at parking, I think it's been suggested that parking needs to be looked at an occupancy limit, and that we have a rule of 1 to 4 based on occupancy. I don't see that to be true in our regulations. Our regulations set this out for restaurants, bars, taverns, cafes, at a seating ratio of 1 to 3. That's how the parking regulations were done, or that's how the parking analysis was done. There seemed to be some very colorful language about us resting on excuses of not having stuff, about drawings being different from the site plan and tricks being played. Those are categorically untrue. There was an insinuation that somehow we had the plan before you folks. And I would posit to the commission that there's no way our office doesn't have the plans before you folks. We're the ones that receive it. We're the ones that would do an analysis of it. So I think it's a little deceitful to try and insinuate that we looked at a site plan before you folks had the opportunity to, and then to also, in the same breath, claim that we were obligated to give you some sort of advice on said site plan. It's our job to look at it. We did look at it, and you folks received comments from us on August 5th. Those comments were available on the night of the public hearing. I'm sorry that he didn't see those at the moment, and then based some false comments and levied some pretty heavy insinuations on that. There's a high toilet count. There is a high toilet count. It was brought up by the building official. there's a high toilet count. Some folks in here have 3 bathrooms in their home, and I grew up with 1. There's a high toilet count. So we would be remiss if we didn't mention some possible conditions for the commission to look at. There does exist a possibility that some odors may be produced, right? Just some quick research shows that it can range from yeast to skunk, depending on what is being brewed, the intensity of the brewing. But there is also evidence that a lot of this smell can be mitigated through brewery odor controls. So I would say that the commission have a good conversation with regards to noise and odor controls at the breweries and what they're doing to do that. I would also recommend that while the occupancy load is not a standard by which we condition our parking requirements, it is something that the commission should be concerned with. It is something the fire marshal has brought to our attention. And so I think conditioning a maximum occupancy, not approximating 1,300 people a day, somewhat half of that, at about 600, and ask the applicant if they're okay with that. And what that does is it presumes about a 1-to-4, 1-to-5 car ratio, persons per car ratio. But I think it would be adequate to have a conversation with the applicant and determine what their.
Chris, hold on a second. Somebody's listening to the live stream as we're going here in the audience. Just, thanks, Bill. Can you shut up? Thanks. Go ahead, Chris.
So, one thing that seems somewhat unreasonable is that if we have 411 seats in the top room, that we would then, by about 900 folks, have an additional 900 folks kind of standing around, right, all at the same time, right? And so I would say that we should look at places that both serve food and alcohol, like Duffy's and some of our other places. And while, yes, there is typical folks standing around in these places, they would typically be around tables. So if we're having provided seating for 411 folks, I don't see an instance where an extra 1,000 folks are standing around just drinking, right? I think that's a different venue than what these folks have asked us to approve. So that, I think that's a condition that you should talk with them. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, so, Chris, we're good there. So I just want a couple things. I saw in the commentary that we do need to condition that an updated photo illumination plan be available for staff as a condition. Is that correct?
Sure.
Okay.
That's a photometric plan?
Yeah, photometric plan.
I believe
yes.
so. The building official is, I don't want to say concerned, because that sounds wrong, but that's something the building official relies.
He brought it up
looking-
as something
yeah.
that just needs to be reviewed by staff. So I think that should be a condition. We'll talk to the applicant about maximum occupancy. So let me just go to our council and just see if there's any additional commentary that we need to consider before we bring the applicant back up again. You're good? You're good for now? Thank you. Guys, come on back up. Thank you. I know it's tough listening to us read all these letters and everything, everybody, but it's just, unfortunately, it just has to be done.
Well, it's better than last night when we were here at 2 a.m.
Let's live in the moment. Let's live in the moment.
Let's not project
Yeah.
anything.
Okay, so after hearing what the public had to say, is there anything that you want to then bring back to our attention and/or answer that the public has
Actually,
brought up?
I would like to talk in more generality, and then the details, we have individuals that are much better. I'm a stupid developer, so I just come in and say that'd be a nice site to do this. And
Go ahead,
so-
speak to us, Doug, go ahead.
Okay, so this is a site we've spent a lot of time on. We've worked with staff actually very well, working with them, adapting our proposal, our thoughts on the site for almost a year now, I would think, actually approaching a year. It's a site that we're excited about. I have over 30 years of redevelopment experience, have in just redevelopment done over $2 billion worth of redevelopment. I know what quality redevelopment brings to a community. And this is what we're proposing for this community. We're going to build something we're going to be proud of. One thing that's close that I did here, I don't know if anyone's familiar with over in North Haven, the Commons project where the Best Buy was. That was one of my redevelopment projects. I was the 9th developer in on that site before bringing that to fruition. I take great pride in what I build. We're not going to build anything cheap. We're going to build something that the community can be as proud of it as we are. I know you've heard people speak very highly of New England Brewing Company. I have had nothing but great relationship with them for now 3.5 years as we bounce around looking for the right site. We think we found their forever home. We're not going to go cheap. We're addressing everything that we have here. One thing I do need to address that these people won't, the concept of the city reimbursing expenses over $15,000 was only for the additional parking, because over by the pump station, what we were asked to do was also improve that building so it's attractive, which we were in favor of also. And that was with Corporation Counsel Tiernan, that I said, okay, to a certain point. Just, I don't want to get caught where we have to build.
Thank you for that clarification, because that comment was, we weren't sure where that came from, I think.
Yeah,
So,
and I didn't want to build a lighthouse there that could cost $200,000, because I know my faults is when someone says, we'll do it, it's like, well, we'll do it right. We'll do it real nice. And so we are going to do it nice, but that being said, we'll do it where it's cost effective, but still very attractive. We've got, like I said, probably a year involved in this, a number of working with staff. We have a number of people here to address a lot of the letters. I think we'll probably start with Mr. Gordon's letter, which much of that was addressed, but Mr. Sacco can hit anything. Dave, do you think there's anything else on that?
So why don't
you
we,
want?
Mr. Sacco or Marty, if you guys want to come up and you can go through things specifically, I think would be appropriate at this time.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
At this point, yeah, like I said, I'm an ignorant developer. I hire the right people. I know what works, but I make sure I hire the people who can help me achieve that goal. So I think, let's start with Dave, because his answers are going to be shorter. Marty and Greg from NEBCO can answer a lot of the other questions on their operations and some of the things that are being cast, some of the dispersions here on, in terms of caustic nature of things, just aren't true on that.
Mr. Sacco, why don't we start with you? Is there anything that you heard from the public that you'd like to address specifically? And I'll ask the commission if they have questions, just let us know, we'll go through them.
I do just want to respond quickly to the letter from Codis Bodie in some specific manners. There was a question raised about the need for fill and the quantity of fill and the process for getting that. We do in fact have a special permit application pending before this commission specifically for the fill. The quantity of fill is related to the flood risk. We did a lot of talking to different people. Frankly, there is no flood elevation where the building is proposed to be. The FEMA flood map says nothing. The elevation is 10. But if I go west of the site, the elevation is 12. If I go onto the beach, the elevation is 13. If I go in front of Jimmy's, it's 10. So we talked to the city engineer, we talked to DEEP, and we got some direction from the City of West Haven's floodplain administrator. His recommendation, based on feedback from the DEEP regarding long-term projections for sea level rise, was that we should put the first floor of the building not lower than 16 and put the parking lot no lower than 13. We are adhering to those recommendations because frankly, we know that climate change is occurring, sea level will rise, storms are intensifying, and we don't want to create a situation for the business end of things where 10 or 15 years from now, the flood elevation goes up and suddenly they're not insurable. And they have a tremendous exposure and a tremendous cost. So we are trying to be as responsible as possible in where we are setting the building. Yes, that does drive the need for fill. Our application does cite a couple of different potential haul roads. It really comes down to where the soil will come from. That's a question that we can't answer today because you can't get a commitment on where the soil is going to come from until the day you're ready to, you have all the permissions in place. No one who can get rid of soil today is going to wait 2 months for us to be ready. But we do have sites in mind. We have talked to people about it, and it's a factor. It's simply a factor that we want to design what they're looking for, which is their lifetime home. As you heard from the letter from city engineer Kadir, we contacted him actually last spring regarding the sanitary flow. We've been operating with, and we approached him with a number of 20,000 gallons per day for this facility. He indicated to us at that time that he did not see a capacity issue either in the sewer system or the treatment center. With respect to the fact that this is a brewery and does have special waste, I would note that it's a 20-year-old brewery that has been dealing with the New Haven WPCA. It knows how to manage. We are making accommodation in the building plans to do what is necessary to pre-treat waste. There are settlement tanks to provide for maximum separation. They're filtering out and they make available the spent grain for reuse as agricultural feed. So there are steps that are built into the process to diminish that problem as much as possible, and we will work with the WPCA to ensure that they are satisfied and that this is properly permitted by DEEP. With the parking has been, yes, yeah, I think I'm going to, truck traffic, we did provide, in response to a question from the planning department, an estimate of truck traffic that is projected. Based, and again, we're talking about an existing brewing operation. They know their needs in terms of what comes in, they know what's going out in sales, they're projecting forward in terms of what they anticipate truck traffic to be. What we're coming up with is, on average, over time, 1 semi-truck per day that's bringing in empty cans or bringing in grain or taking out spent grain, and a smaller truck that picks up beer and delivers it to local bars and stores. That's on an average basis. We're not talking about substantial numbers. I think the other thing is just, as I'd mentioned earlier, just to highlight the most recent letter We have had comments from the fire department. We've attempted to address those as fully as possible by making modifications to the entrance into the island and Rock Street to maximize the flexibility. With regard to the building department, we have modified the ramps and stairs to ensure proper egress. We are working with the architect with respect to the illumination levels, because some of this is going to be, architecturally specific building-mounted fixtures that are, or railing-mounted fixtures to address things like stairways. But yes, we fully intend to have a safe and appropriate facility in all ways, and will provide an updated photometric plan as soon as practical. As I noted before, we did make several modifications to the site plan in response to comments from the commission at the last meeting. And at that, I think that's really all of.
May I ask you a couple of questions? Gene, do you want to go first? I'm sorry. So, and this may be better for Marty, I'm not sure. So the first thing is, there was some commentary from several people about the height of the silo and of the overall building in reference to Savin Rock. I think you might be the best person to address that concern.
The height of the zoning regulation for this district gives a maximum height of 35 feet. That is measured from the ground elevation of the first floor. Now, in the case of a gable roof building, slope roof, like most houses, what you call the building height is based on the median height between the crest of the roof and the eave of the roof. For this building, we are compliant. We are at about 34.5 feet tall from the ground elevation in front of the building, 15.5 at the parking lot, up to the median point of the roof. So I'm not sure how else to respond to that.
Go ahead, Gene.
How is that in relation to the rock? Is it higher than the rock?
It's gonna be in the same the tip top of, so if I start at 16 and I add 34 feet, I'm at 50. That's getting close to where the top of the rock is.
It might be parallel.
Yes.
So, is that the top of the elevation of the rock? Is that the tree line?
I
want to clarify.
All I can go by is the topographic map, which is rocks.
Which is rock, the top of.
Yes,
the base of the elevation.
How tall the trees might be on top of the rock,
I can't imagine that being at the top.
Right, I just wanted to clarify, because there are 20-foot trees on top of the rock.
Yeah,
You're not approaching that height, correct? And then when you talk about the roof line of the building, are you talking about what we can see from the street? Or these kind of like dormer, like, those cap kind of clear stories that we're calling them? So when you say median, like, can you just give an idea of where you are calling the median of the building?
So for a roof like this, a gable roof, what
Yep.
you're doing is you're taking the average of the peak.
Can you kind of turn to?
To the camera?
Yeah, thank you, just.
We consider the peak of the roof to be the peak of the highest point. That's the highest point, right. Skylight structure on top. And then we took the lowest eave around the building. You take the average of those two, and that's what's considered building height. And under the zoning regulations, that's how and that was done with respect to the building height here on the street end of it, where it's obviously taller than it is at the beach end of it, where the ground elevation rises up higher.
Do you know what the tippy top of the building, how high that is off the ground floor?
I believe it's 48 feet and 5 inches.
Okay, so you're saying 48 feet at the top. At the eave, do you have an idea of how high that is?
It's 20 feet.
So median is?
It's calculated out, it was 34.5 feet, so this may
Okay.
be a little bit lower than 20. I did it.
So you're maxing your height essentially. You're
We are
doing your
maxing
best to
height, but it is less
maximize the
than
use of the land.
maximum
Right,
allowable
that makes
height,
sense.
yes.
Okay.
And we didn't cheat by calling this the top, we called this the top.
Right.
So we are trying to be compliant.
And when you're standing on Captain Thomas Boulevard, looking at your building with Savin Rock next to it, you're anticipating the median height, or the clear stories you're calling them, to not go above the tree lines. You're not talking about that kind of height, that kind of mass. Thank you.
Let me go to Commissioner Mullins. Go ahead.
All right, so, when you put it up and you face it towards the camera, the picture, I'm looking at the live feed and it's really obstructed by the podium. So for a moment, if you could just put it on the other side, so the people out in YouTube land can take a good look. And if you can show the other one after about 10 seconds or so people can have a very good look as to what we're talking about here. So the front, the first one you showed was the front, correct?
The street side.
The street side. So that's the, that was the Captain Thomas Boulevard side. This is now the rear. This is the one that's towards the water.
Faces Long Island Sound, yes.
Okay. Good. So let a lot of people have the opportunity to look at that, and I have some questions. You can take it down whenever you want at this point. All right, so the kitchen. So this is a change from the original plan. You're now having a kitchen. I visited Woodbridge earlier.
Hold on a second.
Sure.
The submitted plans always had a full restaurant. So there's, in the record, there's been, it's been alluded to that there was some other plan presented that didn't include a kitchen or that included food trucks. Our records have always had, our plans have always had a full kitchen in the submission.
All right, so going on your menu from Woodbridge, it has outside eateries that you get food from, Zupardi's, the Drunk Alpaca, and maybe one or two other places. So in this case, you're going to be preparing all your foods on-site? You're going to be hiring chef staff, et cetera?
Yes, we're working, we're talking to a couple local restaurateurs in West Haven about taking over the kitchen and managing the kitchen, since we're not in the restaurant business. We're also talking with another company that does this for a living, and they build kitchens for Yale. They've built kitchens out in Las Vegas, California, and they do this for a living. We're talking to a company that would like to operate the kitchen space in there for us. We would build it, operate it, employ them, and they would manage the kitchen side of it.
All right, so would that increase your number of employees?
Kitchen employees would probably be.
It's included in the narrative we already have, correct?
Yes, it should be.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was his question.
All right.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Steve, to interrupt this one.
No problem. And Mr. Sacco, just going on, I believe I heard you correctly, say right now you're expecting just one semi-truck a day,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
All right, because traffic has been a major issue that a lot of citizens have been concerned about. So you did say one semi-truck a day. And another thing that citizens have been concerned about, that I've directly heard, I've gotten phone calls, texts, and people pulling me off to the side, asking me, or telling me what they feel. We've heard the word factory thrown out several times. Last night at the council meeting, a couple times tonight. What differentiates you, New England Brewery Company, from a factory? Just so we have it all out there so everyone gets it.
Not a factory. We don't produce parts. We produce a liquid. We package it. It all depends on how you want to look at the word. We're considered light manufacturing in the industry that we do. Currently, in our current scenario, we produce our beer. It's packaged today. The distributor picks it up tomorrow. It goes into their warehouse, and within 2 to 3 days, they're out of stock, and they come back and they pick up again. And so it's a constant rotation, and it pulls through the market extremely quickly, which is great for us and great for the distributors, because we don't run into issues with out-of-code beer that was raised earlier by someone. or warehousing on the long-term side. What I will say regarding the trucks, when we went and did the truck study for what we would use, we have tractor trailer that comes in for grain, and that would come in 3 times per month to fill the 2 silos. A tractor trailer for grain out, they would come in once a week, so that would be 4 times a month. Tractor trailer for distributors, 6 times a month. We have 1 distributor that picks up via tractor trailer. Tractor trailer for inbound cans, that would be 3 times per month to deliver cans. And then we put in a miscellaneous tractor trailer delivery, whether it be for 1 pallet of I don't want to say bottle caps, growlers from a distributor, the glass distributor, or a pallet of glassware. So we added a tractor trailer per month, 4 per month, 1 a week for that. So total tractor trailers per month was 20 tractor trailers per month. There's 4.3 weeks in a month. So that equates to 4.62 tractor trailers per week. So we called it 5, which means there's, on average, it'll be 1 tractor trailer per day in and out of the facility. Other trucks, we have G&G distributors out of.
Can we just stop for a second there? Can you kind of just clarify, when you say 5 days a week is your production days, correct?
Correct. Our operations for production and receiving is Monday through Friday.
Correct. So when you're saying 5 tractor trailers a week,
1 Monday through Friday.
1 per day, it's only Monday through Friday, correct?
Correct.
So not on the weekends?
Nope.
Thank you.
So for other trucks, I'm sure here everybody goes to a restaurant and they see a beer truck delivering beer to the restaurant or a liquor store. And those logoed side loader trucks that are delivering to them are the trucks that pick up. So let's say they're next door delivering their last stop at Jimmy's at the end of the day. They would come over and get loaded up and they would go back to their warehouse. And so by factoring those, G&G Distributors currently picks up 2 a week. We increased it to 3 times a week. Northeast Beverage, same thing, they pick up 2 a week. We increased it to 3 times a week. Our CO2 delivery is 1 time a week for the delivery of that. So total normal small trucks would be 7 per week. So it's about 1.3 a day on those 5 days. So truck, it's not, when you break it down, it's not as grand as people would think, that there's tractor trailers rolling into a Budweiser facility picking up millions and millions of cases of beer. It's not our operation.
And as was indicated earlier, you operate now, so you know what the traffic is, right? So someone arguing something different would have to assume a much different production model than what you're using currently, correct?
And we even, we factored in, thinking of the new space and doubling our capacity and what the truck capacities are when we load them now, we factored that into how many trucks a week would come with us doubling our capacity out of the gate.
Thank you. Steve, you good?
I'm good, I appreciate it, thank you very much.
Let me go to Commissioner Sullivan, Gene.
Just to clarify, because I missed something in our last hearing then. So you're gonna have a tractor trailer coming to pick up canned beer and then take it to their warehouse?
One distributor operates with tractor trailers.
Oh, I gotcha. You answered my question. Thank you.
Oh, you're
I have
welcome.
one more question, but
Go
it's
ahead.
for the engineer. A gentleman got up and spoke about the deliveries of dirt or fill. And he said, you guys had said 50 deliveries or 50 trips per day, but not 50 trucks. It's only half a dozen trucks, maybe at the most?
We're looking at 50 round trips per day. Now, typically, when this goes on, it's a half a dozen trucks that are making trips on and off.
That's just what I wanted you to
throughout the day.
clarify. Yeah.
It's not 50 trucks running
They don't
at
have
once.
50 trucks coming just for one trip and going back.
No.
It's 5 or 6 or 7 trucks making a
Yes,
round trip and
and-
coming in 5 or 6 times a day.
Correct.
I got you. Thank you.
Let's go to Commissioner Taylor quick, and then Uncle Greg will come to you, back to you. Go ahead, Mike.
Mr. Secca, so one of the comments that was made was that construction would encroach on the easement, otherwise known as the boardwalk. Can you address that comment for us?
Yeah. It's our intention, because we are moving the boardwalk, to actually construct the new boardwalk before any construction starts. Then we fence off the area for the demo and all the construction work. So we want to make sure that the boardwalk is open and for use continuously. So there won't be an area that's fenced off that will keep pedestrian, or I heard somebody say people with baby carriages going on that. This will be, the new walkway will be constructed before we start demo on any portion of the building.
And so what is that gonna look like from I believe it's going to be the south side of the building? How are you gonna incorporate the boardwalk into your facilities?
Actually, if we want to grab the site plan.
I think we just have to be careful here because we're not voting on the boardwalk piece, so.
But for information
I'm happy
purposes,
for information
yeah.
purposes, but then I just want to make sure we're not going down a.
So you can
off
see,
rabbit hole.
we have the boardwalk coming here and coming in line with this at this point. I don't know if you can see that. I guess we should also.
We also, and we have it in our plans as well, I believe. Yes.
Just to clarify, what you folks are not, I think, considering is whether the boardwalk easement is something that they can eradicate or not. That is being taken up by council.
Correct.
They're looking at that. So, yes, you're looking at the boardwalk. It's the easement that's being considered under council and whether that is binding. And I'll note that on the conservation easement paperwork, that the conservation easement that was brought up by the land trust, that conservation easement does not pertain to this parcel. So there's a conservation easement agreement, and then there's easements that go through
Each
the-
parcel.
through the land.
Okay.
Yes.
So it was noted earlier today by the engineer that those easements were put in place when the lands were privately held, so that private property owners could not completely cut off access to the beach. So with that, it's worthy noting that there isn't any access to actual beach from the parcel. It's a rocky wall that's got there's a fence there now preventing you from going down there. What is being maintained is access across the parcel, back and forth. But the legality of that is being considered by council, and that'll be settled prior to them getting their permits. And if you so wish, I think that's a condition that you can attach, that be figured out prior
That the
to.
easement be completed prior to building? Would
Yeah,
be a
council
condition?
is taking a look at those deeds and what our rights are to move them or whatnot.
Mike, anything else? That's it, thank you. Commissioner Milano?
So first, I would like to just thank you for considering my comments from the last meeting. Many, if not all, of my comments, my requests for modifications to your site plan and were accommodated. Specifically, the providing a buffer between the open space near Savin Rock up against your mechanical equipment, your trash compactor, your silos and that part of the property. You also, just wanted to highlight that you added a landscaping buffer from the parking lot across, again, the open space for headlights and for just parking screening. So I thank you for that. You also added bike racks. It's an important part of the area for recreational use. We need to ensure that. We need to promote it. Again, you've said numerous times how you support, the Smilo bike ride, and I mean that goes through the area, it goes right by the site. So again, it's all part of the vision. Like, we've been criticized as a commission that we don't have a vision. We don't have a vision for this area, that the SCR doesn't have a vision, that the POCD doesn't say anything about a vision, and that's absolutely incorrect. As a member of the implementation committee to implement the recommendations of the plan of conservation and development, I personally feel like I've been attacked for not doing my duty as a commissioner and as a member of that committee to actually implement these changes. And we've worked very, very hard through a pandemic to make sure that we continue business in the city and we continue to move this city forward. And so I just want to say generally to a lot of the comments that I've heard that, you know, I 100% hear the public, right? And I want to show, I really want to highlight the fact that what your plan is, you know, is showing is meeting that vision, is, you know, it is not contrary to our plan of conservation and development. That is a requirement that for us to approve you, it has to be not contrary to the plan. And there is even a specific page 47 of the plan of conservation and development that specifically talks about a survey to West Haven residents. And part of that survey, the respondents largely want to see commercial development that supports the beach, such as shops, restaurants, a brewery. The name brewery is in our plan of conservation development, and beer garden. So I just wanted to add that to Mr. Soto's comments about our plan of conservation development on page 79. I also wanted to just highlight, while I'm just on this little bit of a roll here, that the SCR, which is the zone that we're talking about here, let me just grab it real quick. The purpose of the SCR is to provide for convenient commercial development in inappropriate locations in proximity to residential areas with uses that take advantage of the waterfront location of the district. If this is not considered a use that takes advantage of the waterfront location, then what is? Jimmy's a restaurant, you also have a restaurant, right? This is by far, not only it is labeled as, you know, one of the purposes of this district, but also meets our plan of conservation development for the area, for not only the current SCR district, but also our future plans for the area also include adding supporting commercial development like a brewery. And then we were criticized for not, you know, changing the zone and adding brewery to our regulations in an appropriate way. Our plan of conservation development encourages that kind of change, you know, to our regulations. So I want to commend you for bringing a plan that is clear. There are specific instances where you have really met our regulations, and I just wanted to highlight that. I think it's been glossed over by people who just unfortunately haven't been paying attention to everything. You know, I am immersed in the city. You know, I give my time, and we do a lot here. And there's much more than what you could see on the surface. And thank you just giving me a few moments to get it out there, because it needs to be said, it needs to be put on the record, because your plan needs to be highlighted as something that needs to happen in this city. It really does. And I can't be any more clear.
So, Greg, I was gonna mention that once we got a motion
Yeah.
on the floor, but there
That's fine.
there seemed to be a confusion with those that understood the plan of conservation, goals and strategies. You fit the goals perfectly, particularly numbers 3 and 5 under the beachfront, which read, promote and encourage the redevelopment of vacant and underutilized properties. I think that's a check. And 5 is enhance and promote commercial opportunities along the beach and provide more recreational opportunities along and on the beach and in the water. The strategies that come from that goals are simply ideas, okay? We're not wedded to those. We're wedded to the goals of which you meet. And to second what Greg has said, you meet them very, very well. So, Commissioner Milano, you good for now?
And I haven't even gotten into the specific findings for a special permit, which we need to lay out, and we'll get there. But that's just POCD.
Why don't you wait till we get
I will.
to that portion? So let me come back with a couple of things. I'm sorry, Chris, did you have anything? You've been quiet. No, you're good? Okay, so there was some talk about noise and smell. Can you address that? I want to make sure that that's addressed because that came up a couple of times from some residents.
Yeah, I think that, and also with, I think we'll get Greg up to talk about the whole concept of the liquids that are leaving the site that somehow is being characterized as caustic and causing
Sure,
problems
come on,
and stuff.
whoever you, so just, I don't
Marty
think we've
can-
heard from Greg
Marty
yet,
can-
so.
Marty can address the smell and.
Well, you know what? This is Greg Radowich. He's our Director of Brewing Operations. He can address the smell and the wastewater. He brews beer for a living,
And
and
then Marty, I'll ask you to come back up for noise so we can talk
Yes.
a little bit about the entertainment
Yep.
piece. So Greg, if you could just spell your last name for the
My
record.
last name is Radowich, Radawich.
Okay, and just address for the record.
22 Marlin Drive, North Haven, Connecticut.
Thank you, Greg.
Smell, pretty minimal as far as what's getting outside of the building. We have basically one point of ventilation on our brew house. It's the boil kettle. It releases steam. There's a condenser that pulls any water out so it doesn't fall back into the kettle. Has a light smell. Usually most people describe it as like grape nuts or like bread. It's just basically the sugar is extracted from grain boiling. There's a lot of talk about yeast. Yeast actually is collected through drainage systems into a holding tank, or it's actually collected and reused. But any yeast that doesn't get reused ends up in those tanks. There is a smell associated with it. Fortunately, it's contained within that tank.
So currently because this mimics the production you're currently getting, are there any complaints about smell? I mean, there are residential properties near you now.
Yeah.
Have there been any questions, have there been any complaints about smell?
No, most people actually really enjoy anything that they do smell, yeah.
Okay, so it's a smell of kind of like, almost like fresh bread, like yeast?
Typically,
and-
I mean, hops have a certain smell to them too, usually described as either citrusy or floral. You'll get a little of that sometimes. But it's not a chemical smell. Yeast does have a smell, like I said, but that is contained, so.
Okay.
never skunky.
Yeah. Sure, skunky is actually a byproduct of when light hits hops in beer, releases certain compounds like sulfur. That doesn't happen anywhere in the brewery. All the beer is contained in stainless steel vessels.
Okay. Marty, can you come back up and let's talk a little bit about noise? And I know you addressed this, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
No,
injure
it's
you.
okay. It's not your fault, to my back.
Yeah, can we come back to that, though, in 1 second? It's quick? Go ahead. Greg has a question, back for Greg.
Can you just specify when we might smell those smells?
Yeah, sure.
Because it's not gonna happen at all times.
No.
Okay, just.
No, it'll happen specifically when the boil is happening. Boil during the production of beer is 90 minutes. It would happen at that point, a couple turns a day. It's during the day.
Yep.
After that, when production stops, anything that's happening within the brewery at that point is contained within the fermentation. CO2 is a byproduct, is collected in a bucket.
So there might be a couple hours in the middle of the day, you might smell it Monday
Yeah.
through Friday.
Yeah, if the wind blows
Maybe.
a certain way, you might catch a small amount of it, but
Thank you.
it's pretty.
Are you asking this because you want to be there when that smell exists, or?
I just wanna get out the, the frequency of it. Thank you.
Marty, tell me a little bit, so noise, it sounds as if the smell doesn't seem to be that it's an issue now, nor is it going to be in the future. And so, tell me a little bit about noise. Now, you addressed this at our last meeting, but some of the people here may not have been at our last meeting. Tell us about the entertainment, tell us what you do to mitigate noise, decibel levels, anything you can about it.
So currently, we have a band that comes in, bless you. We have a band that comes in once a month on the last Friday of a month, and they play, currently in our current location, which Councilman Mullins happened to see today. We'll have them outside in the parking lot, and they play until 9 o'clock. From 6:30 to 9 is basically the time that they would play, and then we close. That only happens outside now because of the location that we have and the ability to do it within a confined space outside within the tent. In the new space, I personally, I don't envision a full band outside on the deck. Multiple reasons. If it rains in the middle of the thing, all their equipment's gonna get wet, so you'd have to cover it somehow. And it's not big enough to be able to do something like that. So any music that would happen outside would be most likely acoustic, maybe an acoustic duo. So it's very minimal, and then again, we stay within the hours of operation where that only occurs in the evening from 6 to 9, or you might catch something on a weekend day, you know, in the afternoon from 12 to 5 or 12 to 6.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about maximum occupancy, because that seemed to come up in some of the letters that we received. So the number that's, Greg, thank you, by the way. So that seemed to be of concern by a couple of the letters that we received. The number that's being bantied about is if we put a condition of a maximum occupancy of 600 people, is that something that you'd be willing to agree to at this time?
Yeah, I mean, realistically, if it was 550 or 600, I think that's perfectly fine for multiple reasons. A, our space is not designed to have 1,000 people. That was put
Right.
into the,
That's the
you know,
letter.
standing around. I don't know, if you're sitting at a restaurant and you're sitting at a table, do you want people standing next to your table like this drinking? I mean, so it's not a design, and you might get that in a bar or a music hall and something like that, but that's not the design. And what our business model isn't that. And so if limiting it makes sense for the city and it helps move this project forward, we have no complaints with the limiting to that 600 or 550 would be perfectly fine.
Okay, so the conditions that I have so far, and please chime in, commissioners, if you've heard anything that I've missed, is that an updated photometric plan will be reviewed by staff, that the maximum occupancy for this will be set at 600, and that the easement must be completed prior to building. Does that sound reasonable?
Reasonable, absolutely.
From your perspective?
Yes.
Okay, so,
Make sure we get a surety bond for that site work.
what's the level of
Because we
bond?
didn't get one for the Haven, and I think it's important we get it.
What's
You
the,
can work it out with our city engineer
so just surety bond to be
for the site work.
for site work?
Just clear, we're talking about completion bond.
We're talking about the site plan work, not just the total completion.
Right, but a completion bond for the site work.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's.
So how do we word that? Just that a surety bond be issued for site work?
After consulting with the city engineer.
Be issued for site work, be obtained, that's a good word. With the city engineer, you've got it, Gene? All right. Gene's taking on the role I normally do in writing all the conditions down. Okay. Is there anything else that you wanted to address that came up from the public?
Yes. So parking, obviously, is a concern for people, and we understand that. And we know it's been an issue, and we sat down and did all the numbers and everything, and did a little bit of research, and I know the city's been talking about monetizing parking. So I did some research, and currently, the city sells non-resident parking stickers for beach parking for the cost of $250. So to supplement, I believe it's about a 30-spot gap in it, we would be more than willing to purchase 30 stickers for our employees' cars.
So for the purposes of this, it looks as if the parking has been, as explained by staff, the parking section of the special permit has been satisfied. Any agreement that you make with the city for the parking and purchasing of the stickers is something that you can do with them.
Okay, great.
I don't think you're gonna face any opposition, you know, to
Okay.
that, to purchasing something from the city. I think
Great.
that they'll be agreed to.
Okay.
But it looks as if it's been satisfied from the numbers that we've pulled in by staff.
Thank you very much.
All right. Was there,
Also for traffic, we have agreed to, we had a little arm twisting with your corporation council where we've agreed to build bus shelters in the two closest locations and also advertise on another one.
That'll actually help our pedestrian, bike and.
That's what we're hoping it encourages
Yes.
it more.
Okay.
Yes. If we build a bus shelter right nearby, hopefully that's going to get.
Yeah, it's Greg's, you opened up the door, Greg's gonna ask some questions about this, go ahead.
First of all, that's great. I would like to say thank you for considering that, and thank you to Corporation Council for, addressing that need in the area. I think it's very, very important, for not only the people that are gonna be visiting, but also your workers. But I think there is a little bit of a lack of pedestrian access to your property. That's the only thing that I've seen that you haven't addressed that I talked about at the last meeting. And I think there's a number of different ways we can go about that and address it. You can work with the city, and right now, it's city-owned property, right? So a resident can enter the property and go down if you're on Captain Thomas Boulevard, go down the right side of the building and access the boardwalk. It happens all the time. I do it on a bike. You see people walk down there with dogs or whatever. The way you've designed the property, it's almost discouraged
Not
to
almost.
access that part of the property. It is an industrial part of your property. It is a
It's
truck
back of
traffic.
house. It's back of house, yeah. You have
Right.
to have a back house somewhere.
So I think the conversation should be had about, over your property line, over the property line that you're controlling now with the lease. Would you be open to something like what you're doing, across the street, like what you're doing with the bus stops, to have a sidewalk that may be over the line? That's just something we can't require. I just wanted to give it as something that you may want to talk about with the city as, basically what you would do is you would restore that public access. And the only way I could see us having a say in that is because there is the coastal site management, and that access to the shoreline is
We
a
do have that
requirement. Right.
sorry, we do have that
Yep.
on the other side of the building.
Okay.
The only thing I'm worried about on the west side would be eventually it's running up to the rock.
Exactly, yep.
And I would more prefer to actually come in and do some sort of decorative paving down the middle of the parking lot that then hooks into the walk on the other side.
Here we go. That's the kind of dialogue I wanted. That's exactly.
I just don't want to
no.
encourage people to walk to back of house where
I
all the
agree.
equipment is.
I agree.
We've got compactors and things like that over there. And
I
it's-
don't pretend to have all the answers and require certain things.
Also, it's
That would be
not-
something I originally had said last meeting.
Right.
As, someone coming, now if you are going to improve a bus stop and make that even more attractive, people are gonna be dropped there and then wanna walk to your front door. Just think about how
Yeah,
they're gonna do
especially
that.
if we have a bus stop
Yeah,
there, it
just
makes
think about how
sense to
that's
have a
gonna happen.
walk to come down.
And again, this
Yeah.
could all be part of the landscape plan that's approved by staff and doesn't have to be part of our,
Right.
this is all could be later.
That back of house is also emergency vehicle access.
I understand,
to get to
yep.
so-
It needs to be wide, it needs to be, but,
And you probably don't want people walking through it.
people are going to anyway, right?
Well, no, it'll be.
Hopefully not,
blocked.
yeah.
Yeah, it'll be blocked.
We're trying to put a gate up there. that
People are gonna
keeps-
walk from Captain Thomas Boulevard to your building, and it's gonna be through a parking lot, so you might as well
Right.
accommodate them, right?
We want to make sure that they're not
Yep.
getting hit by cars, so
I
we give
understand.
them safe pedestrian traffic
Thank you. Yep.
lanes, yes.
Was there anything else that you wanted to address that the public had brought up?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I think,
Anything else from the commissioner perspective? Okay. That being said, so, guys, you're good? I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing at this time.
Should we
I'm sorry,
address?
do we discuss, we could discuss after a motion is made, correct?
Don't believe you can.
With discussion, you can make a motion.
A motion gets made, and then a motion gets made and
No, I'm just
seconded?
saying, we would specify who's
I'm sorry.
voting matters.
So
Oh.
I will recuse myself from the voting, as you identified at the beginning of the meeting, because I was not at the previous meeting.
And thank you for bringing that up. So in the minutes, you were labeled as present, you were not. We will correct the minutes under administrative items later on. So we'll just move to seniority, and we'll ask Greg to vote in Kathy's absence, okay, for this particular item. Okay, so.
Thank you, that makes sense.
All right, so if there is any other discussion that would include the alternates, we are happy to entertain that now. So, Joe, are you?
So, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
So for the record, we have not closed the public hearing, so that
Right.
the
You have
alternates
not
can
closed the
speak.
Yes. So the alternates can't speak. So, Joe, do you have anything to add at this time?
Offhand, no, what I've seen is all positive.
Okay. Michael, you can
Things
still
look good
speak,
for
even
me.
though you're not gonna vote, so do you,
I think it was a great presentation, the part that I was here for. I think that the presenters addressed the issues that were presented during the public comment section, and I'm comfortable with what they have on record.
so Greg, because you're voting, we'll then now entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Made by Commissioner Mullins, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Greg. Milano, all those, is there any discussion?
No.
Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Okay, the public hearing is now closed. So, let me recognize Jean to make a motion at this time with the conditions. Yep, we did label, I've got 4 conditions, which we can always talk about.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the application because the application meets the regulations pursuant to the special permit criteria under section 85.4, 85.6. Based upon the traffic engineer's report, the level of service for the adjacent streets will not change, and it does not appear that most of the traffic will stay on minor arterial or collector roads. Parking has been provided through a combination of on-site parking and through agreements with the city. Additionally, the project is consistent with several goals of the POCD, among them being to promote redevelopment of underutilized properties, to enhance and promote commercial opportunities along the beach. And I'd like to make that motion with the following conditions. That an updated photometric plan be given to staff, that the maximum occupancy of the building would be no more than 600 people, that the easement being completed and approved by the city council prior to the building of the property, on the property, and that a security bond for site work be obtained after consultation with the city engineer as to the amount.
Do you mean surety bond?
Security, what I said,
You said security, you mean surety.
surety bond.
There you go.
Thank you.
Okay, so a motion has been made, is there a
He has to
second?
read the file numbers.
Oh, I'm sorry, Gene, yeah, you gotta put in the,
And that would be for file number SP number
thank you
22
for keeping me honest.
dash 124 and CSP number 22 dash 125.
Okay, so a motion has been made with conditions, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Second has been made by Commissioner Mullins. So now we'll come back to the commissioners that are gonna be voting, and we will do this as a roll call vote, but is there any further discussion on the motion? So let me start on this side. So Commissioner Milano.
I would like to say that I agree with the conditions that have been presented, as well as the specific findings that have been put on the record, but also would propose to add that this application design does, in both the landscaping and the architectural treatment of the building, blend harmoniously with the area. In specifically pointing out the use of buffers on whether it's fencing as well as landscaping, and specifically the architectural treatment of the roof line does relate directly to the form and architectural design of Turks across the street. And the buffering that is proposed is similar in nature to what is currently on adjacent properties on both the Turks property and Jimmy's property. And there are sufficient, in my view, sufficient landscaping, screens, and buffers that do minimize any nuisance to adjoining properties.
Can I also, I just want to add that, so we've had a lot of talk about parking, so I just want to read section 60.28 into the record, that it's labeled relief from standards. The Planning and Zoning Commission shall have the power to lessen the requirements of the regulation for parking as the number of parking or loading spaces and/or increase the maximum allowable for walking distance to such parking spaces, but only upon finding that such other standards will be adequate. So in given the additional parking at the pump station, potentially at Oak Street, and what the math that has been worked through very rigorously by staff, I think that we meet those sections for 6028 in regards to parking. Okay, so Commissioner Milano was going. Let me continue on this side with you. You're good, Christopher? Gene, is there anything to add at this time? Commissioner Mullins?
Yeah, this is a major step for this commission. I've served here for 16 years, and every now and then there's a major application that comes up, and this is something that's going to potentially change the future trajectory of the city of West Haven. It's not easy being on this commission. It's not necessarily a popular commission. Whatever decision that you make as a commissioner here, you've got half the people love you, the other half hate you. But we have to go on what we think is the right thing to do, and I think this is a very good choice for the city of West Haven. I've pondered on it for a very long time. I've listened to many comments. I've gotten many texts, and I've gotten many phone calls, and been pulled off to the side many times in the past couple of weeks. But I believe that New England Brewery Company is truly going to be an organization the city of West Haven can do business with, and thank you for giving us a shot.
Okay, so we're going to do this through a roll call vote. So, Lori, would you read off? I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Oh, yes. Okay. I'm sorry, we were just making sure we had all the conditions read into the record. So we have 4 of them, and one of them is the easement has to be approved prior to building. Okay, so.
Sorry,
Lori,
Mr., there's one
Yes.
question.
Yes.
Are we also voting on the coastal site plan review as well at the same time?
Yes, it's a motion for both. It's a motion for both, correct? So, Lori, I'll ask you to read the Commissioner, start with Mullins, Gene, myself,
Mr.
Chris,
Chairman,
and Greg. Yes.
Before you do the vote, I would say that for the record, that the motion to approve does also include the coastal site plan application.
Okay, so, a motion to approve includes SP 22-124 and coastal site plan, which is CSP 22-125. A vote in the affirmative is to approve, a vote no would be to deny these applications, okay? Laura, if you could read everybody off, start with Steve.
Commissioner Mullins?
Yay.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Vice Chairman Bianca?
Yes.
Commissioner Suggs?
Yes.
And then Greg.
Commissioner Milano?
Yes.
Thank you. Being that it's a unanimous vote in the affirmative, congratulations, New England Brewing Company. Welcome to West Haven. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for your patience over 2 meetings. Okay, Lori, you're up next.
Okay. 66 Tetlow Street. The city of West Haven is proposing to amend the zone.
Okay.
I'm sorry. 66 Tetlow Street. The city of West Haven is proposing to amend the zone map along with the R2 single-family detached residence district, regional business district along portions of Fairfax Street. The owner applicant is the city of West Haven. File ZM 22-132.
The applicant being Mr. Soto, on behalf of Haven.
If I could just say quick.
I'm sorry.
So this is a building that we use for
I'm
storage.
sorry, I should address, you could just name and.
Oh, Lee
for-
Tiernan,
there you
Corporation
go.
Council, City of West Haven.
There you go.
This is a building the city uses for storage. These were applicants that, successful RFP. It's a business, it's non-residential. It was supported by the city council.
We don't think it impacts the neighborhood at all. We're just seeking that you pull the zone in. This is an existing business. You're allowing an existing city business to expand if you approve this. And you're allowing a city building to be repurposed in a more productive use than otherwise would be. So we hope that you can support it. With that, I'm going to get out of your way. You have counsel and you have staff that can comment.
And just for the record, this is the former Blake building, correct?
This is the former Blake building. I'm going to do this for Mr. Milano's purpose now that you raised that issue. The building has been analyzed for historic purposes. The historic purposes for this building were destroyed during one of the renovation periods. There was an auditorium that would have been really nice, but it can't. The people from the National Historic Register said they could not ever put this building on the Historic Register for the destruction that we caused. So I don't want the group to be concerned about that issue. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is.
So we have an application in front of us. Why don't we go, Chris, do you have anything to add at this time?
I just want to point out that this is an R2 zone, which is a single-family zone, so the building to readapt it would require some kind of variance or whatnot under its current zoning. So changing the zone to the RB, which is an immediate zone, is appropriate. It would not be considered spot zoning, and it would appropriately allow for redevelopment of the site without the need of variances and whatnot. Together in your application, you do have a statement on how the zone change is consistent with the POCD and the city land uses. And I'll just read it for the record. It says the proposed zone change is consistent with West Haven's Plan of Conservation and Development as stated on page 48. Part of the function of POCD is to recommend changes to land uses and zoning. This is a situation where the POCD would support such an action for the benefit of the city. First of all, the POCD clearly states that the city should reinvest in the residential areas of Allentown. The development marks a significant investment in Allentown, converting a blighted abandoned property into a resource center for wellness, mental health care, and other services. The investment is both in the property and in creating new valuable resources for Allentown residents. The POCD states that the city should consider rezoning due to blight, vacancy, and a more appropriate land use. In this case, all of those factors apply. This action would allow for the conversion of a blighted hazardous space that may be causing decreased property values of surrounding properties to an asset surrounding property owners. Can be found that is on page 44, and this would improve the tax base and could lead to a greater private investment. City land use policies also support this change in zoning in section 11 of the West Haven zoning regulations. The character of the R2 zone is described as property is clearly not viable as a single-family dwelling and does not conform to the standards of the R2 zone. Section 20 of the West Haven zoning regulations describes the characteristics of commercial districts, including the regional business district. The regulations of commercial districts are designed to encourage modernization, expansion, and full development of cities' existing commercial base and provide for sufficient diversity of services to meet for future community needs. This is consistent with the proposed zone change and the use of 66 Tetlow Street parcel. Further description of the regional business districts are also in accordance with this use. And overall, this proposal is consistent with the Plan of Conservation and Development and our land use policies.
It's one block from a bus line, and we're going to coordinate sidewalk improvements when we do the construction. Not that that's something you have guys consider.
Okay. Do we go to the public for these as well? This is a full public hearing, correct?
Yes, this is zone change, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let me just, anyone on the commission have any questions for Mr. Tiernan while he is here? Seeing none, we'll go to the public. Is there anyone here to address? Yes, come on up, Matt. Hi, just name and address for the record, please.
My name is Carla Hill. I reside at 41 Tetlow Street. My husband and I, we own the property directly across from 66. While it's been used as storage, when he's saying regional business, I think everyone in that neighborhood, we need to understand, when you say mental health, what are we dealing with? I am a resident, we just purchased this property 5 years ago, and I really am concerned about traffic, on the street. There was a school right up the street. So what type of traffic and personnel are we talking about? helping here, because that information really is not given out to us at all.
So we'll have him come back up after we
Okay.
hear anybody in the public.
Okay.
But do you have, while you're up here, because we do have one time speaking rule, do you have any other questions?
No, I want to know traffic-wise,
Just-
what's
You
going
want
on.
to know just some details, traffic, what type
Absolutely,
of business, et
absolutely. I
cetera?
just purchased that property, brand new,
Gotcha.
built from the ground up 5 years ago, and I need to know what's going on.
Gotcha, Carla. Okay. Is there anyone else here to address the board about this application? Second time, anyone here to address the board about this application? Third time? Okay, hearing none. Attorney Tiernan, are you able to provide any details at this time?
I mean, I don't know, I mean, they have to come back with their plan for final approval when they get a site plan, if the zone change is approved. They're a wellness center in a lot of respects, couples counseling, family counseling, parent education programs, they have telehealth services, traffic. It's gonna be a lot less than when it was a school, and most of their services are, it's not like a school where there's, the building fills, the building empties, the building fills, the building empties. These are individuals that are gonna come periodically. Actually, the parking footprint, it's envisioned that some of the wellness, that they'll be able to allow for a little bit of open space for the children that they service. So, it's not a daycare, don't get me wrong, but when you're providing therapy, that they're gonna be able to provide some outdoor therapy, so they're not even planning to utilize all the parking, meaning that I think the traffic pattern is gonna be a lot less than the neighbors realize, but we'll have to do a traffic study when we come back. We'll have to give you some indications as to what the traffic pattern is. You're not approving the traffic pattern, but I agree that we need to be sensitive to that, because, like I say, that is an area where we want the neighbors to be happy about their new neighbor. We don't want them to be upset. Again, the one thing in favor of that is it's an existing West Haven business that wants to expand in West Haven. So I am confident that they're gonna wanna keep their West Haven neighbors happy.
Please correct me if I'm wrong, but once that business does file the application to move in, we would most likely hear that, correct?
So, Mr. Chairman, actually, by our regulations, when we consider zone changes and text changes, we don't consider a specific use at that time, right? So,
I'm asking the question just for the resident.
yeah,
who
no,
came
no,
out.
I'm about to explain.
Yep,
the
no,
whole
go
business.
ahead.
Oh, I see
sorry.
what you're
I'm
saying,
sorry.
yes. So the resident would get another chance to review and comment prior to full approval of the plan. That's
Yeah,
correct.
so we do zone changes on purpose absent of a specific use, so that we allow the overall goal of the zone to drive the change and not the, we like this use.
Correct.
So, ultimately, you will get at least a site plan review application that comes before you, for you to review adequacy of parking, for you to review traffic concerns and whatnot. And the ability to approve or deny a use will be given afterwards. So
And just for the purposes of Ms. Hill, who came out tonight and sat through a long meeting that she probably didn't care too much about, to now see this, the mailings do go out across for all abutting neighbors and et cetera.
Yes, and it'll depend on what the uses, some uses are as of right, some uses require special permits, so she may or may not receive a mailing afterwards. Yeah, I don't know, again, we don't do zone changes based upon a
Correct.
specific use, right? So what we are officially asking is that currently that is an old school building that is in a single-family residential zone. In order for anything to happen with that building, we would either need a zone change or we would need to issue massive amounts of variances for uses or whatever it might be, depending on what comes in. So the logical thing to do at this point is to change the zone from a single-family zone over a building that is not a single-family residence, right? That has never been or hasn't been a single-family use for quite some years, to the adjacent zone, literally across the street, which is the RB zone. And so whatever uses are compatible in that building will be the same uses that are compatible right across the street from that building at the next immediate adjacent corner.
Okay.
So,
Perfect, and I see that the Corporation Council is now talking to the resident, and I think that's a positive thing. So, are there any other questions from the commission? We've-
Just for their benefit, I will state on the record that I will pay attention to this application and pledge that I have their number. I will make sure they're contacted personally, regardless of whether they're required to under the regulation.
All right, any other, if there's no other questions, I did call for the public, we'll call for public comment another 3 times. Anyone from the public here to address this application? Second time, anyone from the public here to address this application? Third and final time. Hearing none, I'll bring it back. Is there a motion to close the public hearing? Second by Michael, all in favor? Any opposed? Okay, so that's unanimous. So we'll entertain a motion for file ZM 22-132. Anyone?
I'll make a motion to approve file number ZM 22-132.
Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Mullins. Okay, we've had a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on this? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Lori, you're up for the next one. 190 frontage.
Atrium and elevator shaft. Site improvements to support the project includes new perimeter security fence, generator, utility relocations, parking and access reconfigurations. Owner applicant, 190 Frontage Investment Properties LLC. File number SR number 22-129.
Mr. Chair, just want to put on the record that I do need to recuse myself from all questions and discussion on this particular application.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Milano. Hi, name and address, please.
Members of the commission, my name is Reuben Hull. I'm a civil engineer with Labella Associates from Albany, New York. We're representing the applicant and the prospective tenant on this project. And with me tonight is Antonio Domingo, who is representing the ultimate tenant for this work, for Southern Connecticut Gas.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about the project.
Yeah, so this site is, it's 190 Frontage Road. It is zoned in the light manufacturing zone. I've got a color here of what the plan is. I've got a couple of sheets that I'll go through that shows how it compares to what's existing. It's it's a redevelopment or a fit-up of an existing building. The reason we're in front of you tonight is there are a few things that are related to the site. The project is essentially a building fit-up for a new tenant. It was the Sears outlet, American Freight building. As you're looking at the plan, the way that I've got it here, we're going to call north up. It actually sits, north is about 45 degrees, but for the purpose of this project, we're calling the north elevation, which is Frontage Road. Across the street is more development of a similar type, and then I-95 to the east and to the west, there's again similar type developments on both sides, and to the rear is the railroad. The railroad station is about a half mile to the east of this site, and what's being proposed, if you look at the color coordination that I've got here and see this kind of melon orange color, that's the existing building. It's 116 square feet gross floor area. What's being proposed as part of the building is this very small addition in the front, which is an atrium and an elevator shaft to support, so a new atrium in the front for welcoming space and an elevator shaft to support the second floor. What's being proposed on the site, and the reason why we're here in front of you tonight, is to support that. Right now, the site looks very close to what I just showed you. The building, the pavement, The green space around the perimeter is not changing much at all. What we are doing is we are taking what right now is a very wide, open expanse of pavement that's used, a lot of tractor trailers. We come in and take long sweeping turns. I was out there doing a site survey, and again, it's kind of almost Wild West out there. There is about 40 spaces of delineated parking, some of it, a small section here and a small section here. What we are proposing is, within the confines of the existing pavement, is to reconfigure and restripe the parking area to support SCG. Second thing that is happening is a perimeter fence for security purposes all the way around. As of right now, there is no fencing. We're proposing, again, on all four sides, security fence. It will be chain link fence on the sides and the rear, and the front will be a decorative metal fence. We did go to the zoning board of appeals and got a variance for the front portion of the decorative fence, which by zoning, if you're within the front setback or within, it's either 25 or 30 feet of the road, your fence is not allowed to be greater than 4 feet tall, which does not provide a lot of security. So we went to the zoning board and did get the approval to get up to a 10-foot height on that fence. Condition is that will be decorative in nature. It'll be, if you pick a picture, like kind of Buckingham Palace, the metal, decorative metal fencing. That's what will be across the front, and again, chain link fence around the other three sides that will then be the secure perimeter. One thing that didn't make it onto this set of plans that you have in front of you, and I know this was a topic that came up, I believe, when this was presented to the building as part of the code review, is access for the gates, is making sure that we have, that the fire department will be able to get in. So we will update our plans. I expect that a condition would make sure that we satisfy fire department's requirements, which would be for a Knox box or a, whatever they need on those security gates to be able to get their emergency equipment inside, which we will do. Two changes, well, one change that's happening that involves two locations. The nature of the building is a lot of the loading is right on the front. Right in front and center, there is a number of overhead doors, and that's where the loading is. So in our design, we have a lot of vehicle movement going on in that area just to be able to access those doors. So the parking, that's part of why we have parking in the front. That's part of what drove our need to get that variance for the gate, was driven by the parking, which was driven by the loading, which is driven by the existing location of the overhead doors. The point of where I'm going with this is, right now, there are actually 4 driveway entrances into the site, one on the east, one on the west, that are comparatively narrow, and then 2 very wide ones, because again, this had the previous use, or a previous use. There were a lot of large vehicles that were coming in and making very convoluted turns. As part of this project, we're actually running the decorative fence all the way through and closing off those two center entrances from vehicle access. The only vehicle access will be from the driveway at the east and the driveway at the west. And the gates will actually be about 45 to 50 feet into the site, so a truck can get all the way in and off the road, allowing the gates to open. They will be controlled gates, push button, or the control of that is being coordinated, and that's part of the building engineering design. We've shown where the controls are, we've shown where the gates are, but there's actually our architects and building design team is working with SCG on the electrical and the security and all of that as well. I think the last thing I want to mention is, with regard to the parking, we did do parking calculations, and we provided that on the C21 sheet. The parking is going to have multiple types of parking. There's people who are employed there are going to have parking. There's also going to be fleet vehicles that are going to be there where somebody may, again, somebody who's going to be driving one of their trucks will come, they'll park their car and then take the fleet vehicle out. There's also a compressed natural gas station and filling stations for those vehicles, again, as part of their operations. And we, again, have a dedicated lot to the back that will also be for their fleet. We did not include the fleet vehicles in the parking calculations. So the parking calculations are based on this use as a warehouse and the numbers that are in the zoning that are dictated for warehouse. And we've provided actually more, I think we have 40 more than what's required by the zoning. We also, in our counts, showed but did not include in our, quote, required numbers. We've got 10 dash spaces that are here, kind of floating in the middle. They may or may not happen. They may be there. We've shown striping for it, but we're not counting it because this is also the location of the dumpster and a loading area. And then as part of the operations may choose not to use that or not to stripe it. So it's shown, it's depicted, it's not included in the parking calculations, however. All the handicapped access is ADA compliant with regard to both parking counts and geometry. We have more than adequate loading. I did bring a color up of this is the architectural plan that we have provided, the A201, the front entrance. Again, this is the entire width of the building, or the breadth of the building across the lot is across this top and over to here. So it takes up, across, it's just broken. So it goes beyond this, again, showing the scope of the architectural addition compared to the overall building. I've got more of those if you do, if we get into questions and there's any questions about the exterior.
Tell us about the generator, the utility relocations, et cetera.
Okay, back here in the corner, there's a generator enclosure. Right now, there is the electrical service is up here in the corner. As part of their operation, the generator is being, they need a larger generator, and that's being tucked down here in the corner, as well as the CNG, the compressed natural gas system. So those are going to be down here in the corner. All of the electric from that is included on our utility plans to show how that will be run to and from the building. That made me think of something else that I just lost, but it will come back to me. Well, give me a second and I will think of that one, but if there are any.
Well, let me go back to commissioners, any questions? We'll start on this side.
I have a question.
Gene?
Is there another tenant in the building also? Are they remaining or are they leaving?
Name and address for the record.
My name is Antonio Domingo. I live in 112 Townsend Avenue, New Haven. Currently, yes, it's a tenant, but then we are going to occupy the whole building after this project.
So this will just be an SUV building.
Okay, great, thank you.
Let me go to this side. Any, Joe, Michael, Chris, any questions?
I'm sorry, can you tell me your address again?
112 Townsend Avenue,
Townsend Ave.
Okay,
New Haven.
thank you.
No problem.
Okay.
I
I'm
have a
not seeing,
question.
I'm sorry.
Ruben, did you say something about a filling station?
CNG.
Compressed natural gas. So down here in this corner.
I see a new line there. Just when you said filling station, I'm
No.
thinking you guys are gonna be
No.
filling trucks.
Yes, with CNG.
So natural gas powered vehicles that they have in their fleet, and the tank for that is here in the back corner.
So, okay. Did you remember what you were gonna say?
Yes,
Ruben?
site lighting. There is site lighting up both the east and the west side, and there's nothing proposed to change that. So the existing parking lot site lighting is going to remain as it is. We hadn't provided any photometrics or anything along those lines because nothing was changing with regard to either the footprint or the poles or the lights themselves.
Okay, let me take a moment, just go to staff and see if there's any commentary that we've received on this that we need to be made aware of.
Yes, so I just had it. I just had it. No, I don't.
If you want, I can go to the public first, Chris. if you
There's
need.
no.
Actually, it's not a public hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry, then never mind.
Yeah,
That's right, we just pulled everything out that's coming out.
yeah, I just had it. I feel like that insurance commercial guy was on the phone. Just had it.
Yeah.
We had some very brief comments from the building official. One of them was to provide the photo, there we go.
Right there.
The building official said provide a CBYD number to the West Haven Building Department prior to site excavation, so the call before you dig number, and the photometric plan is one other thing. I just want to make sure, that when you got your variance for the fences, did that cover the barbed wire on the fences as well?
The fence that we got the variance for does not have the barbed wire. It is strictly, all the fencing along the front that's covered by the variance is for the decorative metal, for up to 10 feet tall.
I believe we have a regulation against hazardous materials that may include barbed wire on the fences.
Okay.
They
Can
don't
we
have-
do a
It's
condition?
already on them. They're taking them off.
So,
Okay.
Yeah.
You're removing the barbed wire off those fences? Did I misunderstand that?
The fence across the front
Yeah.
is decorative metal, is gonna be a decorative metal, kind of a picket fence, black metal picket
I
fence.
think he's referring to the rest of the
metal,
surrounding.
on the side is the chain link fence with the barbed wire, and that didn't go to the variance, because that was allowed at the height. And I may be reading now, the question isn't the height, your question is on the
barbed wire itself.
Yeah. Is it existing, or are you proposing a new
That's,
fence?
it's proposed.
Yeah, it didn't come before us. Yeah, you can't, it's,
Let me give you guys a second to take a look at and then
we just went through this with that.
while you're doing, and then Kathy, let me ask you, while he's looking that up, so on the CNG, do we need to do anything special for that, as it's a natural gas pump for vehicles? Is there anything additional that we need to consider for that?
Yeah, it's something new, for that.
Okay.
It's a natural gas pipeline.
I don't think as far as a use issue is concerned, but I think the building official would have picked up on if there were any additional
Okay.
safety concerns, and they
That's what-
usually.
I just wanted to
Because
make
usually
sure.
the ones who-
And just so you know, sir, I
Or
work for a
fire.
transportation company that uses natural gas in vehicles, so it seems like it works fine.
Yeah,
but-
everything within that would be contained and designed with regard to NFPA standards, and that would be part of the building design review. And I think, Kathy, I don't know if you were at those meetings with the code review. I know that our architect has had meetings with the code enforcement, or with the city. I have not been part of them, so I don't want to claim what was or was not discussed there. But-
I only was with one, and that wasn't brought up.
I'm assuming also your generator is powered by natural gas?
Yes.
Okay, so I figured, I didn't think it was gonna be gasoline. Okay.
And I just spoke with Antonio, and he said if barbed wire is not allowed without some relief, then we can remove it from the plan set.
Yeah, but section 52.2 doesn't allow barbed wire or like electric fences, and so in the past.
on the side, right?
No, at all. So we don't allow the use of electric fences or barbed wire fences, so if you wanted the barbed wire, you'd need another variance. So, but if he agrees to remove it, then we can just move forward with that on the record, that the
Yeah,
barbed wire
so
will be
you've
removed.
agreed to now remove it, we know it is not allowed, you'd have to go for a variance for it, so therefore it is no longer part
So
of.
I think for the purpose of this board, we will say that it will not include barbed wire. If there's a decision to want to put it back in, then we can go to the zoning board for that as a separate action.
Okay.
We'd have to.
No additional changes, correct, on the existing building, just that atrium, the
Right.
elevator, those other couple of pieces, the fencing? Okay. Landscaping has been reviewed, or is there no landscaping being added?
We actually did, this site exists, is already way out of compliance with your green space,
Yes.
or actually, I take that back, with your impervious area. What we did to try to make some sort of effort is along the front, we added a couple of landscape islands. So this, what you see as a lighter green here.
Okay.
This is something that we added in to be able to put a couple trees and put a couple of green areas in there.
The green areas around the perimeter are not being decorated with any additional, any
Correct.
shrubs?
Right.
Butterfly bushes, et cetera?
As of this point, there's nothing proposed for them other than to leave it, leave it as it is. This is wooded on this side, and these are just grass islands on the front.
All right. Any other questions? Okay, it's just a site plan review, right? So we do not need to close down the public hearing. Joe?
The fence on the frontage road, how far is it from the curb line?
It is about 8 feet from the curb.
Pardon?
About 8 feet from the curb.
So there's enough room for a sidewalk?
If there was a sidewalk through here, there is enough room for it, yes.
Are you thinking about that because of the proximity to the railroad station?
Railroad, yeah, and the walkway, you know, from that whole frontage road, eventually, hopefully.
But I think that that's a project happening in a different area. That walkway was supposed to go on the other side. But are you saying that we should make a condition on a sidewalk, or we can discuss anything, Joe?
No, if you do a sidewalk, every time there's a development of anything, a sidewalk is mandatory residential, and I don't think you could put a sidewalk there.
Okay, any thoughts from anyone else? On
Mr.
a
Chairman,
sidewalk?
I just spoke to Mr. Mullins, and I thought that a number of years ago, we approved a sidewalk. It was gonna go from the railroad station all the way up to Yale,
On the other side. It's on the other, that's on the other
Other
side of the
side, okay.
street.
on the other side of the street, like where Bradford.
That is correct. That is correct.
That's what I had in mind.
Yes, there was initially a plan, and we probably should not hold the applicant up for this, but there was initially a plan on the other side that was, it was gonna be basically like a greenway, virtually from the train station all the way up to Yale on the other side of the street, if memory serves. But we can certainly discuss the sidewalk if it's so desired. It's up to
Just give me a
all of you
second.
here.
Yeah, there's nothing proposed there right now, other than to leave it as green space, but to answer your question, there is ample room there to put a sidewalk in, should the city choose to do that, within the fence is gonna be on the private side of the right-of-way line, and then there's at least 8 feet, or more on the, within the right-of-way to be able to put a sidewalk in.
Given the industrial nature of this property, I'm so inclined to not mandate that a sidewalk be added at this time, especially since there was a greenway project that was proposed previously. Lord knows where that is at this point, but we can certainly have staff check in on it. Okay, there's no public hearing to close. Is there a motion for this particular, I'm sorry, sir, is there anything else you'd like to add at this time?
No, sorry, I'm just taking notes.
I went to the staff and they were, was there anything else, Chris? that this time?
Just the issue with the barbed wire, which they've agreed to not install.
Yep. Okay, is there a motion on this application?
I make a motion for the approval of, as soon as I find the number.
SR
This thing.
22-129.
What he said, thank you, for approval.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second from Michael. Is there any additional discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the application as submitted, minus the barbed wire, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you for staying tonight, we appreciate it.
It's still evening, not morning yet, right?
No, no.
Ah,
If it's still
yes.
morning and we're here, come and drag us out, please.
Thank you.
We're not city council.
You're up.
The sun was coming up.
What is it? It's staff reports?
There you go.
Alrighty.
Staff reports.
So, we continue to take, public input on the bike and pedestrian plan. I'd like to thank the Register for writing a very concise piece and letting folks know that we are looking for, input. The virtual room is up and live, so folks can go on there, they can see a draft portion of the plan, they can take the survey, they can look at some other, the state's bike and ped plan, if I'm not mistaken, and they can look at our POCD as well. So that's up and running. We continue to, we're gonna go through the end of the summer is what Beta told us, so there's not kind of a concrete deadline, but through the end of the summer. So I expect a few more weeks, it should be up. We have had some respondents. I think we would have wished for a whole lot more, but you can still take the survey either through, you can follow the city's website. There's a link posted right on the main page that'll take you right to the virtual room, and you can take the survey through the virtual room. So we encourage all our residents. There's a Facebook post out that the city put out. You can reshare that, share the link, and hopefully we get a lot of feedback on that.
Make sure you all take it. It'd be embarrassing to not have a commissioner take it.
I think
Your applications, for the American Legion on Main Street, it's a totally different, application now. They are not putting the front in, they're doing it, the addition in the back. So it's gonna come before the VOD, but, I just wanna make sure you throw that away.
Oh, okay.
All right, we'll keep those old plans up in here, but there's a whole new plan.
But there's no addition, so with this new.
There's a revised narrative in there.
There's just a revised narrative, but we would still keep the front pieces to the application, correct?
Correct.
Oh,
Yeah,
correct,
yeah,
yes.
yeah. So they've revised their site plan is what they did and kind of their narrative, because it changed a little bit what they were intending to do. So, they essentially moved the addition from the front to the back, and then that modified a little bit what they intended to.
And it's still in the village district overlay, we need to ensure that we get
Yes.
that additional review.
So we have sent the new plan out to our architect that does the review, so he's got it. But in essence, the front facade and the majority of the side facades will stay the same. The change will be on the back side, the parking side of the building. So,
Okay. Anything else on staff reports? I think you have some news for us, Christopher?
Oh,
After the
sorry,
meeting,
before we
sorry.
get there, just back on the bike and pedestrian plan, can we just make sure that the, use of ARPA funds to improve sidewalks across the city, is all of that work, you know, all the plans, future and what has been done already, is, communicated to our consultant and incorporated into the bike and pedestrian plan to be updated? After watching
Can I
the city
syn-
council last night.
can I synthesize
Yeah.
that to say that, make sure that our public works folks get all the sidewalks we're doing to, okay.
You get the gist. You
Yeah,
get-
yeah.
Thank you.
I think you have some news to share with us?
Afterwards.
Afterwards?
Yeah.
Okay. So, is that it for staff reports? Okay, under other business, we do have an administrative issue, so the minutes also need to be updated
Yeah.
because Michael was listed as present.
Right.
And we didn't catch that until during the meeting. So Karen, what's the best way to handle that? Do we rescind the initial motion and second?
I think you could just make a new motion to correct the minutes.
Okay. So is there a motion to correct the minutes to include that Michael was not here at the last meeting? Is there a second? Okay. All those in favor of that? Aye. Okay, I think we're good. Yes.
ask that the deeds be corrected. There was an inquiry by a council member as to my role, and I want to make sure that it's accurately reflected in minutes going forward, that I am with the firm of Sustin Duffy and Segalov. That should be reflected in the minutes, and that I am associate corporation counsel, not deputy corporation counsel.
That is understood. All right, is there anything else under other business? Hearing nothing,
Were you cut off by something?
I think he's gonna share something with us later on.
Yep.
So, hearing nothing, I will entertain a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Second.
Aye.
10:41.
10:41. Good work tonight, everybody, good work.